people. All right. Give me a second. All right. Cool. What's up with y'all? What's up? All right. All right. Cool. All right. Everything looks the way I need it to. All right, man. Listen. Appreciate like that one person be watching the replay, man. I appreciate you because you be watching the whole thing. Or it's like 20 of y'all watching the replay and y'all watch like 10 minutes. Either way, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And for the people that might come through later. I know I got something all week, so people may be in and out. Don't know. But I'm not even sure I'm gonna make it all week. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't been sleeping well, got a lot of mess going on. I may not make it all week. I had to cancel my Saturday stream because I forgot I'm going to be helping Yella do the wrestling thing. Completely forgot. So Saturdays is gone, but we kind of touched on it yesterday anyway, what I had. So I didn't have a video for it. So Saturday's off, and I'm probably getting ready to get rid of another one. So today is Tuesday. There's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Let's see what we got. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Oh, shoot. What do we have here? So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Let's see. Nope, we did the Drop It Low for Jesus. We could do the Eve one. I'm not sure. We could do the Eve one. Let's see. We did the Little John one. Nope. The one about the kids, being a Christian and abortion or divorce. So Christian, the divorce, the kids, or Eve, the Eve complex. So we shall see how that goes. So listen, I am not going to waste your time. Obviously, being here before 5 o'clock Eastern is not good for my crew, but I get it. So maybe I'll take tomorrow off. Maybe we need a break. Maybe there's been some burnout. But I'm here. So I'm going to do the one I had planned for today. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. Now listen, here's my thing. I'm asking the question, should Black people be Christian? Obviously they will or they won't. Nothing I can do. It's just I'm going to pull up a video where the discussion is being had, and the guy, I think Harrison Hayes, he's going to be having a conversation about it, and it's kind of I thought it was interesting, so I didn't finish it. I wanted to watch it. I'm going to be watching it for the first time. I'm here. I saw like maybe the first 5 minutes of it, so we'll see how that goes. But I know I've had a contentious relationship with the church, with God, all that good stuff. So give me a second. Just want to double check something. Cool. All right. So I know I've had a contentious relationship, and I've noticed that a lot of people around my age, as I got older, more and more people fell out of church. They like became unchurched, so to speak. What's up, Anaya in the building? What's going on? Good to see you. And looks like Fraggle Rock is in the back. What's going on, bro? What you say?
I ain't you.
There's no need for that kind of hate, brother. We are about love and positivity over here.
It's all positive fun.
You said what?
It's all positive fun.
I can't make out what you're saying. It's got like a weird, like I'm in the shower sound. But while he is moving and grooving, I am going to finish what I'm saying. Man. So a lot of people have fallen out of church, but still somehow every time I see a poll or a statistic about Black people in Christianity, I see that like 79% of us identify as Christian, which I have a hard time with. I just have a hard time with on his face. 79% of Black people identifying as Christian. And then I see the state of the community, which either speaks to our quality of Christianity, like how we serve God, there's something lacking there, or Christianity doesn't serve us, like there's something lacking there. So either the people or the deity. Something's amiss. You can't have 80% of a group of people be at like the bottom of something, and like it doesn't make sense. Like God didn't even abandon the children of Israel this long, but that's an opinion. Take it or leave it. But I'm going to play this clip first by Dr. Umar. It's 59 seconds, and he gives his opinion about the problem with religion in the Black community. Obviously, because you can read that at the top of the caption.
You look at the church, it almost deifies poverty. It almost deifies powerlessness. The way in which religion is taught to Black people makes them comfortable being oppressed. It no longer has a revolutionary spirit, because remember, religion was at the heart of the Haitian Revolution, but it was African religion. Dr. King was a pastor. Malcolm was a Muslim. You see, so we've seen where religion was used as a revolutionary force. But how long has it been since we've seen religion be used as a revolutionary force? In my opinion, religion takes three things from Black people we cannot afford to waste. Too much of our time.
Takes a lot of our time. Now, truthfully, let me catch myself immediately, because this is a problem I have when I hear people talk about how busy they are. A lot of people go to church one time a week for about 2-3 hours. That's not too much time. But collectively, if Black people were going to use that time constructively, it would be better used towards something else, as it currently stands.
Too much of our money?
Man, listen, do not even get me started on how much tithes and offering goes into all of these myriad of churches. Some of them are just barely standing, but they get just enough money to stay afloat, as opposed to consolidating in some way and making better use of their money.
And too much of our hope and energy.
And too much hope and energy, man. I've seen so many people turn stuff over to God where they could have played an active hand in how things played out. Even currently, I'm dealing with a situation very similar like that. It just keeps coming up. I've seen this so much in the lives of Christians. And it's one of probably 10,000 reasons why I couldn't become one or stay one.
The reason why governments are not afraid of Black religion anymore, because Black religion protects the government by evangelicizing oppression as if it's coming from God and not the white man. In other words, we got to wait on God to fix our problems, as opposed you look at the church.
Gotta wait on God to fix our problems. Yeah, so it's a thing. It's a thing I've noticed in the Black community. It feels like learned helplessness. But I shared that clip because there were some things in there I thought were actually poignant, like things that made sense, things that we struggle with in the Black community in the Black church. But I don't know if y'all are back. I'm gonna get ready to share the main video.
Yeah, you hear me? We good?
Yeah, you sound great now. Yep.
All right, I ain't in the shower no more. I was actually in the shower. So, yeah.
That's hilarious. All right, so I want to share this tab instead. Boom. Why are Black people still Christian? Now, again, I got about 5 minutes into this. It might even been less. So I'm gonna be seeing this for the first time, but I know they made some points. They're probably gonna start with slavery too, and oppression. That's been a long-standing Black narrative. So we will definitely see how this goes.
One of the first slave ships that brought Black people to the New World was named Jesus. White Christians used Bible verses and Bible stories to justify slavery. There was a time when white Christians wouldn't baptize Black people because they weren't sure if it was okay to enslave Christians. They quickly changed their theology, baptized their Black slaves, and forthrightly sent them back to the fields to work. 4, both Black and white prosperity preachers have scammed millions of dollars from faithful Black parishioners living in American slums. 5, it is an...
Man, before we even go any, forget 5. The fact that Creflo Dollar envisioned a world where he had members come through that were not tithing, an alarm would go off, and they would grab those people, march them to the front of the pulpit, and shoot them dead in front of the rest of the congregation. Come on. That's crazy.
Undeniable fact.
I was gonna say just the fact that we ended up with a pastor named Creflo Dollar, nigga. Like,
man,
If that name
Man.
ain't, if that ain't the most made up name
Boy,
ever,
I
nigga,
wonder if he
that's a wrestling name. Like that,
It
like
is. It
if
really
there's
is.
ever a wrestling gimmick
Yes, sir.
that's come out of church, Creflo Dollar just screams gimmick.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, it does. For sure, for sure. Man.
Identity has been a tool of oppression for Black people all throughout the world. And yet today, Black Americans identify as Christians at a staggering 79%, higher than any other group in this
Man, which is
country.
for
So
what?
the question is, why are Black
Turned
people
down for what?
still Christians? And while we're at it, I actually think there's a more pressing, more existential question that needs to.
I don't know if you can find enough. I don't think if you. I can't imagine a more pressing question.
Oh
than
yeah.
79% of us doing something that is bearing no fruit. There's no greater question than that.
I don't know about greater, but I got another one. I'm gonna see if he asks the same question I'm thinking.
Let's go.
Needs an answer. Does God hate Black people? In nearly every country.
Was that your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was
He
close.
got
It
it?
wasn't exactly. It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't exactly that. But he encapsulated it way
So
better. Well, I would. My version of that question would be, why do y'all invest in something that ain't paying the returns like that?
Man,
Like,
it don't make sense.
Like
It don't
it
make
ain't. It's just man.
Man.
Hey, Mama Lois.
Yeah. Tell Mama Lois we said hello. We miss seeing her running these YouTube streets, but I understand you drove her off with your potty mouth, your Peter mouth, Quiet Bree. No ass talk today, I assume. Not until you see Greg enter the chat. We'll probably be ass free until Greg shows up.
Yeah.
Oh,
we good for
shoot.
right now.
Yeah, so that's a thing. That is a thing, though, bro. I promise you. I might be a hypocrite in this moment because I'm saying I don't understand why you would keep claiming something and not see any returns from it. But I'm a Browns fan, so like claiming something for a long period of time that doesn't serve you is kind of what I do.
No, I'm a Bears fan, and I can tell you why it ain't the same.
Why it ain't the same?
Because at least we get to go out there and see them 56 men put in that effort. At least you get to see them go out there every Sunday and actually hit the field and try to win.
True.
They are real. The Cleveland Browns are real. The Bears are real.
Okay. I mean, I can respect that position, but a lot of people would, they would argue, hey, but God is real. Just because you can't see God doesn't mean he's not there. You see the world around you, God created that. You're seeing God on the field every day. When you look at the animals, when you look at the plants, when you look at people, you're looking at God on the
window
field.
right now. I'm looking at a window right now. The crackhead sitting outside the liquor store. He created that too.
He created that too.
Then he
created that too. Hey, listen. God created crack.
Country on every continent around the world, darker skinned people are treated poorly by nearly every measurable standard. So-called Black people.
All right, man. Oh, but that's a question though. Why would 79% of people claim something? And not, I don't know. 79% of people, Black individuals, claim they're Christian, and the results in this country is just weird. I don't get it.
People are at the bottom of the social hierarchy everywhere. So much so that in majority Black countries like Haiti and Nigeria, skin lightening creams are wildly popular. Anything to gain some proximity to whiteness and some distance from Blackness. Africa is rich with natural resources, boundless human potential, unfathomable wisdom, and brilliant cultural traditions. And yet, colonial powers have pillaged, exploited, and divided nations and people in ways that
He's not overselling Africa.
He definitely is, nigga. They don't even look happy over there. you see like 4 niggas. They got 4 towns. Africa, the largest country on the planet, right? They
The
got 4
continent. Yeah.
the continent of Africa, largest continent on the world, and they got like 4 cities. California got
Oh,
4 major
shoot.
cities by itself. Texas
You
got 3 major cities by itself.
Maybe it's a self-fulfilling prophecy thing. Only reason so many claim they're Christian is because so many claim they're Christian. Yeah. Kanye face. God does not care about black people. Yeah, this it's something to consider though. I know Inya, I know she probably had to step out or something, but she often would ask about the curse. I think there's like a curse of Ham that's presumably on black people because one of the his children of Noah was darker skinned, or they say stained with dark skin. It was something like that. I can't remember exactly how that goes. I never believed in the curse thing, but I'm not a believer type person. Curse,
So
not the curse of Ham. Was the curse of Ham?
nigga. Well, so
Yeah.
one stained nigga. See, yeah, you gotta want to believe in some. You gotta want to believe in some in some ridiculous shit.
Mm-hmm. America's culturally Christian, but generally secular living. Yeah, that's true. No, not the curse of Ham. The curse of Deuteronomy 28. Those are 2 different curses. But isn't there a curse about blackness? Deuteronomy 28. Let me see.
Man, the real religion, Kilroy, is money, finance. That's the real religion.
Okay, so there's blessings up until 15, and then all of a sudden, people that around verse 15, it talks about the curses that shall come upon thee. So let me see. Okay, yeah, that curse does sound more like black people, but there was a curse in the curse of Ham about having he got curse of black skin. I don't know. Deuteronomy 28 was curse of the Israelites. Got you. I thought somebody got. I keep hearing when it comes to. I know there's something about the curse of Ham and blackness. I know I've heard that. Like there was actual literal black curse. Like not like the effect of it, but like the visualization. Somebody didn't they said there's a belief that somebody got turned black. I never cared enough to really. If it wasn't Ham, it was Canaan.
Curse.
It was somebody. It was somebody. I'm about to say, I know my brain ain't making that up. I heard it too much in my life to be making that up. But I know somebody did.
See, maybe you haven't heard it, and maybe you telling yourself that you heard it.
Man, I promise you.
Maybe you thought you heard it one day, and you've been just telling yourself that you heard this thing, and now you feeling that Mandela effect, and it's not even real.
Nah.
I'm about to gaslight you into believing it's a Mandela effect.
Nope.
Yup.
Okay, so I'm thinking about the curse of Ham. Because they've used it as an explanation for black skin and a justification for slavery. Most people disagree with the interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
Ham is not cursed, and neither skin nor race are mentioned. But I knew that was a thing that people said.
Oh man.
Go ahead.
No, I just noticed that's a thing from even from yesterday with the dude who was like, was that mentioned in scripture? But you hear scripture or whatever spoke as something that's up to the reader's interpretation, right? Like it's so much that's implied throughout that book that it's almost ignorant and self-serving to try to be like, well, they didn't say it literally. It's a bunch of shit they didn't say literally that you extrapolate from the meaning of the book.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
okay. Yeah, so Ham is Canaan's father, who was Egyptian, who had dark skin. Okay, so he was dark skin. Okay, because I'm about to say that's who they say black people are from. But it wasn't because of the curse. He didn't get turned black. He was black. Okay. I'm with it. I knew I wasn't crazy. but he got cursed because he saw Noah naked. So he was black, saw his pops naked, might have did something weird, and got cursed.
He got a stiffy.
But that's what people believe. I'm talking about what people believe. Yeah, what people believe. Because I've heard that. I know I've heard it. I've heard that story so many times. Even without reading, I could it's weird. It's like I've heard it so many times. But I'm not saying it's right. But it's not something I've studied. There's certain things I've studied and certain things I've not. And that the curse of Ham was not something I studied. The curses were not something I cared too much about.
But real talk, I could tell the way you referenced it. Like you either heard it in passing, you know what I'm saying, heard something like that. So yeah,
I've been hearing it for like decades. So it's like I couldn't have just made that up. I was like, this ain't Deuteronomy 28. I've heard of something in association with Ham most of my life. You know, just and again, I don't spend a lot of time around other cultures of Christians. So it's like I heard this from black people.
He did what to his mama? Holy moly donut shop.
Hey, there was some stuff. I mean, was it?
Hey,
there was some stuff. Was it some other? Was it Noah or Jonah? Noah's kids did something to him when he was
I mean, it's like the first. Drunk. It's like the first 1,000 people, right? Ain't the book of like the first 7,500 people that ever lived? Like, yeah, I would assume that's how it go.
Interesting. So Bree says the term "he gazed upon his father's nakedness," which is what it says in the Bible, that was a phrase that they used for fucking a man's wife. Because they did have some phrases that were cultural that a lot of us didn't recognize, and it was something like uncovering somebody's feet. They went to the bathroom. It took me a really long time to figure out that. I know that was uncovering your feet. Uncovering your feet. It's like pulling your tunic up over so your ankles and like pulling up and squatting. So you kind of
right. Okay. All right. It makes sense now. Yeah. As soon as you said it makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. I read it because I got tired of people saying that blacks are cursed because of Ham. Stupids. Read Genesis 9. It's there. Okay. I'll read it. I'll take some time to do that. People interpret it as he saw him naked, but that's wrong. Okay. I'll look into that. That might be something I'll look into. I said I'll look into that, but it might be. I still don't care about the curses too much. I might not. God wrote it into the law. I might need to. Maybe I need to.
Wrote what into the law?
I'm assuming the nakedness thing.
Sleeping with another man's wife?
Yeah, they're becoming adultery, probably.
Yeah, well, when people ignore that, like they ignore the speed limit, I guess.
Man, they ignore everything. But, man, I forgot how this began so heavy into the black trauma, past slavery. I forgot how much of that was at the beginning of this. I hope it's not the whole thing. I really don't want to hear that all day.
Let's do it.
God.
Without consequence. I mean, I don't know. You think that God would help us out a little bit. We've been through a lot, God. Maybe there's a Bible verse that we can look to. And the Lord will make you the head and not the tail.
Oh boy.
You shall.
I bet this is Deuteronomy 28. Is this Deuteronomy 28? Anaya, is this Deuteronomy 28? Lord Jesus.
Be above only and not be beneath. Who is this verse about? Not only do Black people identify as Christians at a higher rate, half of Black Americans report attending church at least once a week. I was one of them. In fact, I was a pastor for a number of years. I've preached all over the country and world. I've given Bible studies. I've baptized folks. I have been in it. And these questions have been nagging me for...
Okay, based on the conversation we saw yesterday, is he dressed masculine enough? Does he look masculine enough?
That nigga wrist.
It's too dainty. It's too dainty. You can't have a
it's
man
too
of God in front of the people.
It's too small, bruh.
Yeah,
you can't even you would have to hold like a digital Bible.
Yeah.
with them
And
wrists.
why would
Like
you
you would
hold
have
the
to leave it off your
microphone
phone.
that close to your mouth? Only somebody that's effeminate will hold a microphone that close to their lips because it's a
Hey.
phallic symbol. You have to hold
Hey.
it like they be like, and God, you hold it away from yourself so you don't look like.
That look worse. That actually looks worse. Holding it up in the air,
Yeah, you might
holding
be
the
right.
mic up in the
You might
air
be
looks
right. You
way
might be
worse.
right.
The visual
You
is
might be
way worse.
You might be right.
Yeah,
you might be
because
right.
nobody sucks dicks like that. Like how he's holding it, like from that vantage from straight up, nobody
No
sucks dick.
solemn, no.
Nobody sucks dick like that.
My bad. Let's get Israelite. Oh my, don't get me started because I've been wanting to roast them, but I can't because I'm a riblet.
I had to no real shit. I had to kind of come to terms with that because as announcing, like there is this thing where like this is gonna sound gay as hell.
It's all good, man. Just embrace it like he's embracing the microphone.
But basically, yeah, that's where you gotta put the microphone, like right on your like bottom lip. Like right on your chin.
Yo, no.
Yeah, and like you almost kind of like it almost like moves with your bottom lip. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus
so you be,
Christ,
you know what I'm saying? You might hawk to her on the you might have to hawk to her on the mic, but you get that good audio. No, you doing too much now. No.
Oh shoot.
That's cussing me the hell out.
Oh shoot. Oh god, let's see.
For a while. So in this video, we're going to get some answers. I talked to a couple of people. One of them is my friend Claudia.
My name is Claudia Allen.
She is easily one of the most conscious people I know. She's well-read, tapped into history
She
and
woke.
literature, a person who is thinking about race, class, and power in very critical ways. But she's also a Christian, a preacher, and a committed member of her church.
There is no other people group on the face of the planet who has experienced the kind of suffering that is akin to the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ like Black and brown people.
Okay.
No other group.
Since she is well aware.
I wonder what that means. A life, death, and resurrection. How have Black people experienced a life, a death, and a resurrection? I can't wait to hear what she says. I want to hear that like qualified. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Aware of what's happening in the world. I wanted to hear her reasons for keeping the faith. But I also spoke to Dr. Anthony B.
Well, my birth name is Anthony Bernard Penn, but most folks over the course of my life called me Tony.
He's a religious scholar, former pastor just like me, and now an atheist. And I think his perspective is important in this conversation.
Where is the history?
I want to read this comment, meaning that Black people have been lynched, used up, and taken. Well, so where's the resurrection?
Right, because all I've seen is death.
Yeah,
all I've seen is the death.
I've seen the lashes. I've seen the crown of thorns. I've seen the crucified. I've seen buried in the tomb. But the coming back,
right, and the life delivered.
I've heard the narrative. He's coming back one day. That's what I've heard. That Black people one day in somewhere in the future, Black people are coming. I've heard that. So they might be right. There might be something to it.
And GTA 6 is coming out too.
Yes. And gas prices are going to go back down. Food prices, everything is going to go back down. It's like there's a version of MAGA for Black people, like make Black great again. There's, like we have one of those in our head. One day, Black people are going to blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm with you.
The historical evidence to support the claim that God is on the side of the oppressed, right? What is the historical evidence that suggests God is on the side of Black folks in North America working on their behalf?
Man, listen, because Martin Luther King sold us a scam. Now I know that's blasphemy to certain Black people too, but the moral arc of the universe does not bend towards justice. I don't know where he got that from. It sounded wonderful. It just ain't true. I look back over history. I'm like, nah. People without power get screwed time immemorial. It ain't bending no ways towards justice. Now, Would I rather live in America than almost any place else in the world? Absolutely.
Yep.
You know, I just want to clear both sides that one. I will both sides that one till the cows come home. But I don't want to act like the world is like some bastion of safety or virtue, like the moral arc of the universe. Nah, people with power, they do what power.
People suck. Yeah.
Shoot, Diddy's on trial today because he had power, abused it. Now he's finally going to get held accountable by other people with power. Like power does what power does.
And you gotta think about this, right? Power does, and even the smallest bit of power.
Yes.
Even the people abuse the most minuscule.
Exactly. See, the power got cut off. The power got cut off, and see, just that quick. The man came and took down Yella because he was speaking too much truth. And now he can't share his opinion because he's been silenced. He has been canceled because he dared to speak the truth up against the oppression of the man and the system. Now look, I'm up here by myself. He was cut off mid-sentence for the truth he was about to spit to y'all. He's about to transform the lives of the black folks. Now, humanity is barely out of the jungle. We're still operating on the strongest fucking wind. So we're absolutely. Now we mask it. We mask it and make it look pretty. But oh my God, we are still running on power. And it's crazy. Yeah, he'll be back.
Because every moment of progress has been countered.
And if you stick around at the end, I'll share how I'm thinking about my faith today. So let's dig in.
And that's pretty much where I stopped. So I made it about 4 minutes into the video. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to do this during the week, the stream.
I first encountered Dr. Penn's work when I was in seminary. I couldn't find the exact article that I read way back when, but it essentially argued that there is no God. But if there was a God, he clearly hated Black people.
Does God hate Black people? I mean, I think that's an important question, a question that too many Black theists have ignored. Right? If you look at our experience, it is overwhelmingly tied to suffering. And true.
Now, here's the thing. This is a theory I have from reading the Bible. When I was reading in Genesis, the story of Jacob and Israel, when he was traveling a lot, gods used to seem very regional. God would tell him like to put up an altar here because like this land is not my land. Go here because this is my place and these are my people. Like it felt very geographical. In the Old Testament, around the accounts of Jacob, gods felt very geographical. These people in this place were governed by this God, and the God of the Bible, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, that God, he had an area that he covered, and his people that he covered. It felt very like locked in, like I don't know, like a cable company. It was like an ISP. But I thought that was interesting when I was reading back then because it felt like a few times there was God was like, "Hey man, get over here. This, my power kicks in. That's you across the line. You're out of my jurisdiction. You need to get over here. Then I got you." But there was a few times I remember something similar to that in the scriptures. I say choose whoever you want to follow. Just don't push the doctrine in me because I no longer want to hear. Hey, let me find out for myself without your stupid threats of hell, losers.
All folks suffer, but this is disproportionate.
The reason I was making that point was I wonder if gods at some point were conceptualized as regional and to a people. I wonder if displacing a people displaces people from the power of whatever their God was. So I wonder if the displacement of Africans to another land pushes people out of the realm or the jurisdiction. If there's, because again, I don't accept the Bible as the sole authority on how the spiritual world works. So what I imagine though, if that principle were true and God's had dominion over a domain and the God of Jacob, Isaac, and Israel was to that specific place, that's there. And then whatever Africans had in their specific regions, that's there. But you bring them over to America, you're dispossessed. You're no longer under that jurisdiction. So your God can't govern over you. So I wonder, because I don't believe anybody knows how the spiritual world truly works. What if that was the case? And because people were displaced, you lose that power and protection. So that was my thing. Welcome back, Yellow.
See, It's all bullshit.
Yeah, you got shut down. You got silenced.
Because they don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah.
The truth shall set you free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our truth.
Our truth. Yes, sir.
What's up?
What up?
And unto death. And it ought to force us to raise the question: if God is loving, kind, just, and compassionate, and concerned with folks and can make stuff happen, and Black folks still suffer disproportionately, then maybe that God doesn't like Black people.
I like this dude.
Because white folks in general, right, as a group.
I can't stand you. Like, why do you like the person? You see, you're a confirmation bias person.
Yeah.
Just because he's saying what you want to hear, you like him.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. No.
I mean, ain't shit. Have you seen Christianity? Have you seen religion? Have you seen spirituality? Yeah, okay.
Fair. So your religion is anti-religion. Got it.
My religion
seem
is
to
logic.
be doing all right. Black folks as a whole not doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
And forget about the kind of misery that Black women face.
Hey, there you go. You still like him?
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
To the least protected, least respected. The black woman is the least protected and the least respected.
I mean, hey, we can't win them all, but I'm still with him.
Okay. This is.
I don't think that's wrong. No. I don't think
this is Dr. Brian's dad. Would you still like him? If this is Dr. Brian's dad, would you like him?
Maybe not.
Or Black trans folks. I mean, forget about that kind of misery. Just in general, there is an overwhelming experience of misery. And again, if God is loving, kind, just, compassionate, concerned with folks, and can make stuff happen in Black.
Welcome back, Bree. The power of colonialism, imperialism, and oppression could not hold Yella back from the stream. Yeah. He has rejoined us. So we have seen the resurrection principle that this man was talking about, or that lady was talking about. In effect, he came back.
Eyes back.
His connection is not dead. He's alive.
Black folks are disproportionately suffering, then maybe God doesn't like Black folks. It's a question that's got to be wrestled with.
And that's a fair question. I have a hard time. This is personal life moment. I have had issues with people in my personal life. A lot of the people that have been around, they know. I've lost some people recently because we've had a disagreement, and it got weird for me because like the things that brought up like a schism between us felt so small and trivial. So it made me realize or think or feel that the relationship that I thought was there wasn't. Like the influence that I thought was there wasn't. The power that I thought was there just wasn't, because when it got tested, there was no outcome that proved all the things that I had believed up until that point. So then I gotta wonder, like on the spiritual level with this, like if the Christians in America, Black Christians more specifically, can't manage, and 79% of Black people identify as Christian. And I know Bree talked about the secular, they're culturally Christian, but secular in practice. But if you're identifying as Christian, 79% of you are, there's no way that the outcomes will be what they are if you are manifesting the power of a God. Like if God was inspiring, if God was offering you power and revelation, it would be hard for me to believe in a God that lets 79% of the people that claim him to just fall into the lowest class, lowest performance. Like there's no improvements. Like I was talking about reading or listening to people talk about like financial experts, and they said going to a financial expert, you have a better rate of return most times if you just put your money into like the S&P 500 and let it ride, because you'll get like a steady percentage. But the people who believe that they're experts, because they believe that they're experts, they fail more often than they succeed. So it's like the systems work, but the people that believe in something, they actually fail more often than not. And I think that applies to like Christianity. People that believe that they figured out the principles. They figured out how God works. I'm 79% of you think y'all know, but it's like there's no way because the outcomes aren't there. You can't outperform the system, so your expertise doesn't make sense. You're below average in the system that you live in. So how could you also claim I have the expertise of being the most spiritual? I'm the closest. I'm most in contact with God. Like it doesn't make sense. Something's off. It could be said that the system is anti-spiritual, and that's why you fail because you're super spiritual. The system is anti-spiritual. That could be an argument, but I don't know. Religion's got plenty of power. Whether or not it's being used to make folks' lives better is another. And that's what I'm saying for the most part. Like there's a divide between whatever religion has to offer and what Black people are getting from religion. Like there's something, and I don't know if it's on religion side or the people side, but there's obviously there's a power problem. Something's unplugged on one end. It's like protect and serve on the side of a cop car. They're protecting and serving somebody. It's not you though.
Definitely ain't you, blood.
Religion is getting the outcome it's really for. Yeah. The system is getting the outcome the system is supposed to get. But as far as Black people entering the system that they're doing, they're not getting the outcome that they believe they should be getting from said system. So that's my thing. If the system is what the system is, and it works for other people, seemingly, if you participate in the system more, you think you would get more of the system benefits. But there's some other variable that we're not accounting for. There's some variable that we're not accounting for. And like what this guy's saying, well, it doesn't work for you because you're Black.
And Black Christians in particular haven't wrestled with it because they read the Bible assuming they are the favored community.
Character. Yep, they're the main character.
They are the equivalent of the
main character energy. But I know, at least for me, in Black church, we're taught to read it like that, which I thought was a problem. There's so much scripture that is specifically, I heard last year, I believe it was. This guy said there were like it might have been 3 or 4 types of laws. There were ceremonial laws in the Bible. There were cultural laws. And then there were like universal laws, like don't hurt people. Like that's like a universal law. But then there's like a ceremonial law, like when you enter the temple, wash your hands or something, something like that. And then there were cultural laws, like in Egypt, they had this law that, they. Or in Jerusalem, this would happen because there was Roman occupation. So they had this law, you had to pay your taxes or whatever. So there were laws that were like more cultural, the ceremonial, and the universal. And I feel like we fall into not understanding that not everything was speaking to us. Everything in the Bible was not speaking to us. Some things were specific and ceremonial. Some things were cultural to that time and that space alone. And then there are some things that you can apply that were universal. But I don't think that most people think and like divide it up to know what can be taken out of the Bible for me because it's universal.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be afraid of the man who asks questions. Be afraid of the man who thinks he has all the answers. I like that. Quotable.
Man, I'm sketchy of anybody who claims they have any answer.
What?
Nah, I mean, can we be genuine for a second though?
Yeah, let's go.
Right. This is basically like the ultimate game of telephone.
Mm-hmm. Almost gave you podcast.
It is. Go ahead. It's all right. You can podcast on that.
Nope.
But the whole idea of this religion and all this belief is basically the ultimate game of telephone.
Mm-hmm.
It's to say you have any answers to something that occurred when the people who are there are in the book. The most of the evidence that these people existed is them being in this book.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like the most 90% of the evidence that Harry Potter exists is because Harry Potter is in his book.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's like it's crazy to hear these ideas get passed down, or these stories and these laws and principles and all these answers get passed down for years about something that nobody was technically even around for.
Man, listen. And I'm going to use a current example of how bad, because we have all the technology in the world. We've got cell phones, we've got cameras, we've got live streams, we've got all this technology. And we have a country that can't even confirm or deny whether people are taking animals in a town in Ohio. Like, so you're trying to tell me we know for sure exactly what this man ate for dinner on Tuesday, July the 16th, year -3. We know exactly what he ate.
Right.
But we don't know what people are or are not eating in Springfield, Ohio now with cell phones, cameras, and internet. Like, that's what, like the game of telephone you're talking about. We're not, we suck at telephone with things that are happening right now. Like right now, today, we can't figure it out. And we have different accounting for what's happening. But 2,000 years ago, somehow magically, we had, again, cross culture, cross language, like Kilroy's saying, lots of translation errors because people hundreds of years ago decided they wanted read this way or that way. The Bible was ordered, it was parsed because the verses are only for us. It was not the way that they read it. Like, there's so many different things. There's so many different things. How can we believe it's true? Like 100, like just 100% authenticity. How can we 100% take it on faith that it's 100% accurate when we can't get stuff right today? When we have all the technological prowess, and now they were passing stuff orally. It was an oral tradition. All this stuff was passed like word of mouth, literal telephone. It's crazy to me. Yeah, the Bible says the Bible is true.
Right. It's like the fact checker is also the person that wrote the person that wrote the post or wrote the book.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like
and
police and the police.
Right. Right. Now, remember, it's been a couple times, but I know in the last year or so, it was a story about the potential UFO or the thing that was it was like it was like a space balloon or something like that.
Okay, I remember space balloon for sure.
Right.
But there's been a couple UFO things, so I don't know exactly which one you might be referencing.
Right, but it was basically the same thing, right? And people was talking about like people be saying like stuff just be sitting off and watching us and all that other shit, or like aliens be visiting. I'm like, the world, the planet is on 24/7 surveillance. Like there are not even take your mind away from the cameras across the house. Take your mind away from the Ring cameras. There are satellites. There are thousands of satellites around the world that make up Google Maps and other shit like that. You can get a 3D image of Google Earth. And you mean to tell me that they happen to miss the fucking UFO that just happened to skim by?
Because the UFO sees all of those and goes in a blind area. Like, it extrapolates which way everything is pointing, and it goes down like right in the blind spot. You know, you've seen enough movies how the criminal knows where the blind spot is and avoids cameras.
Right.
That's how aliens do.
Just sliding through the laser and shit.
Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. Bree says, take from it what you may. Yeah, and that's what most people have to do. They have to decide how much of it they're going to take. That's why you get Bible literalists. Then you get people who are more forgiving and say, well, a lot of this is allegory. Then you get some people say it's just literature. The whole book is just literature. So I mean, you end up with a spectrum of people who fall as like they take some of it and leave others. Excuse me, man. And I'm with you, Kilroy. Some of the stuff definitely got put in. Excuse me, to bother somebody. I'm totally with that. Even if you go completely off the grid, the government can basically pay people forever to follow you if they want. That's true. They could. I've learned some fire-ass life lessons from anime. That's true. And all of the best lessons do not necessarily come out of the religious practice. So much stuff has seeped into art that, you can learn a lot of life lessons. Some of the same principles outside of the religious practice. Right. Because things influence each other. The influences get passed back and forth.
But Here's a trick, right? Because even I have lived my life on a scene from the first Ninja Turtles movie. I told y'all about the scene, but for those who don't know, I'll run it down real quick. It's the first delivery. It's the first pizza delivery scene, right? It's where Donatello's talking to Michelangelo. They talking about like Splinter's mortality. Like, you know what I'm saying? What we gonna do after Splinter gone? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? That conversation that you have with your siblings and shit that y'all really don't want to have, but y'all have anyway. Yeah, that, right? Michelangelo just completely no-sold it. Just completely no-sold it. He ain't even check into it. He said, pizza dude's got 30 seconds. So the pizza dude, that's what he was like, man. So what we gonna, Donatello was like, what we gonna do? He was like, pizza dude's got 30 seconds. He just completely blew him off, right? So pizza dude pull up 2 minutes late. He say he gave him the money, he swapped pizzas. He said, we short. He was like, you 2 minutes late. He was like, come on, I couldn't find a place. He told him, wise man says forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
For late pizza. Yeah, I like it.
And if you sit back, you can pull so many lessons out of that line right there.
Yeah.
The difference is I can't go and thus start the Church of Michelangelo. Mm-hmm. And then take that. I can't take that movie and then tell people that movie was real. That happening was real. You know what I'm saying? And then sell that movie and tell people that they should listen to every detail of it because every detail of this is real. Yeah. That's the kind of, you know what I'm saying? That's the kind of, I mean, yeah, I could start that church.
Yeah, you could,
but it would be
you want in good faith. You want to
right.
in good faith. You couldn't in good faith do that. I'm with you.
Right. Because me and like the 1,700 people, because I'm pretty sure there's some people out there. I can pull in about 1,700 people in the Church of Michelangelo. But that's the equivalent of it. Like I would be sitting up there and we would be quoting the movie every Sunday. You know what I'm saying? We would be teaching a new lesson from the movie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey,
I would show up for pizza service. I would be there for pizza service.
Oh man, right? You know, instead of like the wine and crackers or whatever, like the communion or like anything that you do with like any of that type of break bread, nigga, you know it's gonna be. You know it's gonna be pizza.
It's gonna be pizza. Man, that'd be dope. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd go back to church if it was pizza instead of like wafers. Because you got a slice of pizza and like a little cup of soda. My man, listen.
Yeah, this pizza is the body of Michelangelo. And his blood is the ooze that created him. It'll be pizza and Mountain Dew. Since the ooze created him. Yeah, pizza and Mountain Dew.
Dang, so I went from podcast to podcast. Ooh, that was dirty. That was weird. See, that was weird. So Jedi Church, there's a dudism philosophy that came from Big Lebowski. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I heard that too. I did hear about that one.
For like minds to exercise the principles of their belief. So it stands to reason then that it's very important to understand the principles of the belief and how it's structured. So I think maybe as far as Black people and the system of Christianity in America, understanding the principles and understanding the structure would be important. That I would believe that's probably where the breakdown occurs. Probably where the breakdown occurs.
Man, because everybody, from what I hear, being the only non-believer of any of this goofy shit, but I come hang out with y'all because y'all my niggas. Yeah. Everybody's Christian adjacent. Nobody's actually Christian because don't nobody like how the Christians move. But guess what? Everything that's part of your. What's two things? Okay. So if Christianity was a T-bone steak and a baked potato, right?
Okay.
What I see Black YouTube do is eat hamburgers and French fries.
Okay. I can see that. A lesser version of it, yeah.
Still got all that. Yeah,
Same
but it's
main
their
ingredients.
version, right? Same ingredients, but they're not going to call it steak and potatoes. They can't call it steak and potatoes. They don't want to call it steak and potatoes. They want to feel different. They want to feel like they're eating something different. They want to feel like they're digesting something different. It's a mindset of, no, I don't believe in all that because these people don't understand that. They don't understand how to cook a steak. So since they treat steak and potatoes wrong, I'm gonna go over here and eat a hamburger and French fries.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. Y'all still connected to the same two people. It's like it's like people going to write fan fiction of the book that we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's the same two characters, but they go off and write. It's like somebody going to write some Interview with the Vampire fan fiction, but it's another Louis and Lestat tale. You know what I'm saying? It's just another version of it.
It's a remix. I got you. But I like your analogy though, because when it comes to, I would say the nature of Black people, which we have a very like a need for like sensual like stimulation, something that includes the senses. You took something that is kind of hands off, like what would have been used with a fork and knife, like the steak and the baked potato. You took something that would have been hands off and clean and kind of reserved, and made it something hands on, something that you could touch and hold. Hamburgers and fries. You're picking those up. So I was like, even in your analogy, it kind of went to like what I believe plays into the nature of our need to have a sensory based experience.
Right.
But I kind of like that. Most positive. I can't talk or read today. Hey, most podcasters aren't as shady as the average priest. Man, that's true.
Yeah, that's for real.
But you know what I'm saying? If I took a vow, listen, I'm not dealing with anybody. I just don't want to. But if I took a vow to never deal with anybody, I would want to deal with somebody. Like if I took it off the table, if I took sex off the table completely in my mind, I would immediately want it more. And I know I couldn't imagine being a priest. Like I would become a priest if it wasn't for that caveat. Like I want the option to remain. And that you have to be celibate. I know that puts some pressure mentally, psychologically on people. I can't do it. So as soon as you lock it behind the can't do it door, I know it gets paused. It gets so hard. I know it gets so hard. It becomes very difficult.
Of the children of Israel. But if you look at our experience in the context of North America, you could make a reasonable argument, perhaps a more reasonable argument, that we are the Canaanites, the Moabites, the Hittites, the folks who get a whooping. Right. So it seems to me that is a question that is central, that has to be wrestled with, but Black theists have ignored it.
On the other,
dang, break them down and build them up. Dang, that's what you get taught in seminary. Ooh, God, Jesus Christ. Ooh. Let me go back a little bit because he was just spitting a little bit. Hold up. I know I've been pausing a lot. My bad, y'all. We've been pausing and talking.
Right, they are the equivalent of the children of Israel. But if you look at our experience in the context of North America, you could make a reasonable argument, perhaps a more reasonable argument, that we are the Canaanites, the Moabites, the Hittites, the folks who get a whooping. Right. So it seems to me that is a question that is central, that has to be wrestled with, but Black theists have ignored it.
On the other hand,
Well, if we're the Moabites, the Hittites, and whatever else he said, the Jebusites, whatever, there was a lot of Canaanites. If we were the people that opposed the Israelites, we're the enemy. Everybody we're the ops. Like Black people would be the ops if we were to take it. That would make sense though. Why we are in such a disadvantaged position while also oversubscribing to this theology. If we're actually the ops, we shouldn't have good outcomes. If we're the ops trying to co-opt this religious practice, that would be an interesting thought. Like, are we the opposition to the true people of Israel? That's interesting. Stop it. Yo, I hate you for pointing podcasts out. I hate you for that. Because now I can't stop. I can't stand it. Now I hear it all the time, and I do it all the time. Seminary teaches you how to move the crowd. It teaches you how to MC. Until Jesus, we are all the ops. Okay, got you. So Jesus takes off our oppositional position, the op position.
Christians like Claudia would argue that Dr. Penn is wrong and that the life of Jesus is proof that he is wrong.
The reason I would say there is a case for Christ as Black, as resin, and not necessarily racially, got to be clear, not necessarily racially Black, but experientially Black.
Okay.
And that case is that this God put on human flesh, and when he was born in the midst of a genocide, flees to Egypt with his parents as a refugee seeking asylum, to then grow up in a working class community of Nazareth, Black and brown people who were had no socioeconomic wealth or political position or station. And this brown man who hid in Egypt literally goes about the Gaza Strip teaching brown people about Creator God. He was disrupting the cultural system of not speaking to women.
Sorry, I don't know if y'all can see it, and I don't know how to make this go away. Alabama Black Crackers? What is that? He's got a pennant in the very top left corner.
It's a Negro League.
Black Crackers.
It's a Negro League team. Yeah, it's a Negro League.
I was like, okay, this is crazy. Okay, this black people doing the black people thing I hate.
Bree, oh my God. I don't know if this is I swear this is why I say that's twin. We telepathic around this motherfucker. Cause as soon as she like started to try to like massage his balls with all this like praise and worship of his struggle as a black man, like no, like real, like for real. It got way too intense. No, it got way too
black
intense.
Card. Got that black card.
Yeah, that too. But because she said the evidence is of his life, and I'm thinking, okay, so are we going to talk about how he existed? Nope. We're not even going to try to get into the fact that whether he existed or not. We're going to go into the fact that how he was black. Yeah. How he experienced all this oppression and all this other, and he lived through, oh my God, shut up.
Why do you think black people do that though? I think it's a faulty perspective that permeates a lot of our life. We were having this conversation in Discord. Candid Ann brought up photography, and she said in photography, all cameras, most every camera is calibrated based on a gray card. So if you hold up a gray card, you can kind of compare like how things are going to be perceived lighter or darker than the gray. Mm-hmm. And during that conversation about the music, the profane and the secular, secular and the sacred, Kirk Franklin talked about gospel music, and he said there was too much, and it was weird because he said there's too much European influence. And I'm like, there is no European influence in old gospel hymnals. Then the next group up of gospel, that power gospel, then that stuff that Kirk Franklin brought in, which incorporated more R&B, hip hop, and then current modern gospel. That's a full black exercise of expression, that full range. So for him to say it was Eurocentric was weird, but he held up a black card. He's like, we've lost this. And he held up the black card. And I thought it was weird. Mm-hmm. Like in contrast to that conversation with Candid Ann and the gray card, we hold everything up to be compared to that black card. Is it black enough? Is it, you know what I'm saying? That we do that a lot. And I think it's like Bria saying, it's a form of cultural narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
but we have to see ourselves reflected in everything, which is why if you hear media, they talk a lot about representation. I don't think it's necessary in the way that we think it is. Like, representation will happen naturally if a person or a group of people express themselves in all the ways that people express themselves. If Black people create art, movies, music, will be reflected naturally because we're the ones making the art. But I think we try to walk by other groups of people who are living their own lives of expression, and we hold a Black card up to them like, hey, why aren't you doing this the Black way? And I think that's holding up that Black card to every single thing, even when it doesn't apply. That's a fault of ours. Like, boy, if you don't get your
and I think that's closer to, not to pick a scare.
Go ahead, do you think?
But that's closer to the middle of what we was talking about yesterday with the BBL, with the BBL first lady.
Yeah, I knew that's what bothers you and Greg. The Blackness didn't need to be interjected where she interjected. She's like, okay, I feel insecure because my butt's not big enough, but let me hold that up to the Black card to see if it passes. Is it dark?
Right. I'm not Black woman enough because my body don't fit a certain idea of what a Black body should look like.
Right.
It's thus in turn kind of saying like, hey, any other body shape that you know what I'm saying, of any other race would be bad. You know what I'm saying? Because Latino women got a bill. You know what I'm saying? White women got a bill. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of where we was going at. It was looked at through a Black lens. Like her insecurities was super looked through that, and it was like, stop it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, it's definitely identity politics. Cause then it undermines, and it's almost speaking from a, well, damn, I empathize with the women who hate having their body judged because women's bodies come in all fucking shapes and sizes. Yeah. So to sit here and reinforce the idea that a Black woman's body is supposed to look, it's supposed to look a certain type of way. And then you double down by saying that the Holy Spirit said, I didn't give you an ass because I wanted to keep you humble.
I wanted you to be lesser.
Right. That is it. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind weird. It was weird. It was weird. Yeah. No, I get you. And I knew why you and Greg were pushing back. It was just like, y'all, what y'all harped on and y'all added to it. I guess that's why I said early on, it was racial, not racist. But it was like, but right. I knew, I could tell what y'all was picking up on because it didn't need to be in there. And like to Greg's point that he made yesterday, the fact that she went to the Kardashians' doctor is proof of that. She went to somebody that was non-Black's doctor to get the Black butt. See what I'm saying? So she went to a non-Black person because she saw a non-Black person with a butt that she perceived as a Black woman's butt. So like the race didn't have to be there because she was mimicking a Kardashian. She could have just said, I wanted this butt to be as curvy as what I see on television, what I see on social media, because people of all races are trying to emulate this. The Coke bottle, Jessica Rabbit, everybody's trying to be the same thing, which is its own problem. But to what Inya's asking, do you think that Black people believing they're a chosen people is a bad thing? The key word in that one is a chosen people, because that's generic. A chosen people. That's not a bad thing for me at all. I mean, if it gives them some type of hope for a better future, absolutely not. I'm not understanding the connection between the two. Between the two, what? Which two are you talking about? You don't understand the connection. But to the general question, does Black people believing they are a chosen people, is that a bad thing? There's nothing inherently wrong with believing that you are a chosen people. But if you believe that you are the chosen people of the Hebrew Bible, that can be a problem because that's specific. That's not general anymore. That's specific. Hey, I see this book. It's talking about these people from this region at this time, and I'm going to say this is me. That's where you could start to have a problem. because the value sets, the principles, the God, the systems, the structure that come from that book in specificity, that could be problematic for who you are and what you are. It could actually cause problems. If you pick up somebody's, if you pick up Barack Obama's autobiography and you start reading it as if that's you, that would be problematic. So think about it. That's what I'm saying when I say specific versus general. If you picked up a book that said you can do what you want to do, set your intention, create a plan, work it, very general steps on how to improve your life, generally speaking, that's great for you. But if you pick up somebody else's roadmap and try to say that this is who you are, not I'm going to emulate what they did, but this is who I am, that's problematic, like mentally, internally, because you're that's a fiction that you're intentionally trying to overwrite. A lot of Black people feel like they don't belong, so believing they are chosen, but were cast away because of bad behavior. It may help people cope. I'm with that. Yeah. Yeah. You have to understand she's speaking her worldview. I know they believe that, but regardless, Hebrews fucked up. And they can't even legally do the ceremonial practices, so even if they are, they still fucked up. So Jewish people are problematic. I can't speak for Jewish people. But did you understand? Like, I'm not sure if that question was before I gave that thing, but like that was if the Jewish people. So if Barack Obama picks up his autobiography and says this is me, there's no problem there. So if the Bible is referencing Jewish people and they're Jewish, then there's no problem there. If Yella opens up a Twitch stream that says it's Yella and he says, hey, that's me, there's no problem there. But if Yella opens up Critically Drinking and sees a fat guy in a beanie and says that's me, then there's a problem. So what I'm talking about is there's a problem with identifying as something that you're not, with somebody that you're not. It doesn't matter who you are. If Jewish people say, hey, listen, I'm African American, there's a problem there. So taking on the life of somebody else, and again, which is different than emulating. You could emulate somebody else's life. You can emulate somebody else's behavior. That's one thing. But to believe you are an entirely different person, that's crazy. That's what I'm talking about. So anybody that believes there's somebody totally different than who they are is problematic. That's faulty thinking. It's borderline crazy. I'm not going to get into the trans thing. I'm going to hit play.
He disrupted the cultural system of not engaging with the unlearned. He touched the lepers. He healed the sick.
Okay, so what? And y'all, come on. Come on. That's got to be clear. Come on, and y'all. That's got to be clear. So ask the question that you really want to ask or make the statement that you really want to make, because there's no way that was unclear. No way.
And then because he did all of those things, he is falsely accused and he's arrested in the middle of the night. And we just got out of Easter weekend, right? They take him, all right? And he's literally before the Sanhedrin. They are desperately trying to pin him for a crime he did not commit. He dies in the middle of two criminals with the greatest, grossest execution known to human history. There is no other people group.
Oh God. Okay, you know what? This is the thing. And you and Bree hate this. You and Bree hate this. Because she said he's not racially black, but he's experientially black. There has been nothing positive. Everything has been the absolute worst experience a person. We have to incorporate in our understanding of the black experience that there are good things that happen. My God, why? Come on. She has said he has had the worst of every single thing. And then like, this is the experience that made him experientially black. Like, this is horrible. If that's what being black is, my God. in her comfy office.
Right, with all her nice
Jesus.
books and her nice microphone arm, and you know what I'm saying, beautiful background and purple colors and denim shirt.
Yeah, most of us ain't had that. I mean, I've had poverty, but I'm trying to tell you, poverty done changed. Like poverty has changed. Like if you got a reason, if you got a stable place to live and just a little bit of money, your life is not bad. That's the only that's the only thing. You just need a stable place to live. You got a stable place to live and a little pocket change, man. You could do a lot in this.
You could do a lot. Yeah, you could do a lot.
It's crazy. Like, oh my God.
Group on the face of the planet who has experienced the kind of suffering that is a
matter of fact, poverty don't even hit the same. Like when I was a kid, when it was hot in the summertime and all you had was a fan and you had one fan, that one box fan that it couldn't pivot, it didn't oscillate, wasn't no temperature settings. You had a box fan, if the knob probably done broke off and you got to turn it with pliers. It's a different time. It's such a different time.
Most places, most people's house got central air. Most people.
Or it's been retrofitted in some kind of way. Or you got the window unit.
Or you got the window unit. Yeah, you got the window unit. It's you used to have to go out. You used to have to go outside and run through the sprinklers because it was too hot.
Yep. I mean, it used to get so hot we had to take a cold bath and be up till like 11 o'clock with the windows open, waiting for it to cool off with the fan blowing the hot air out, then turn it back on us, trying to get just cool enough after having a couple popsicles to go to sleep.
Right.
It ain't like that. It ain't like that no more. Man. You can get a lot of stuff for cheap. Yeah, Jesus came back as online shopping. Boy, you can get anything cheap there. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, there's a barrier though. Technology is the barrier. Like technology can keep you from accessing the better life. If you don't have like a internet, if you don't have a computer, if you don't have a cell phone, a lot of the improvements, the quality of life improvements that are had, you can't access. So I know there's still people that are suffering. The Black community is suffering. I know there's still people that don't have access in any useful way. So they're kind of like the old poverty. They still got old poverty, but man, new poverty. I like new poverty. Yeah, the older folks, they had man, listen, I remember having to get up if you needed to make a phone call and walk to the payphone. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. We used to have to drive to the payphone.
And then my mom and them, they had outhouses. Like they dealt with outhouses. I will never walk outside to go to the bathroom unless it's like the bathroom's full and I'm a guy and I can just go, around the back. That's different. But everybody having to wake up in the middle of the night to walk outside to go to the bathroom, or unless you had a piss spot, that's crazy. I don't even understand that kind of life. That's medieval. That's no. That's crazy. Some places still have outhouses. I'm good.
Yeah, some places, but for the most part, a lot of places got indoor plumbing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, give me new poverty any day of the week.
Is akin to the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, like Black and brown people. No other group in human history. And what is fascinating about that to me, Garrison, is that Black and brown people make up 80% of humanity on the globe. A very small minority group make up 80% of humanity on the globe.
She's looking for the next thing to say. Remember, we went through that.
I know, but it's not the same. It looks like she's looking at something very specific to her right. She keeps looking at something. It looks like something's right over there.
Like somebody standing there.
I don't think it's a thought. Yeah.
Somebody standing there and they dragging a finger across their throat, making that cut your throat sound. Just to, like, if you don't say it.
Cut it
out. If you don't say that,
are you stupid?
Because she wanted to stop. He was like, "Keep going, or else."
She's speaking directly about the oppression. She's looking at her cue cards, man.
Minority group
bullet points
is currently experiencing global power, and their lived experience is not that of a crucified savior. It is that of a Roman and religious power. That is why we can say, like James Cone, that Jesus was black.
I grew up in the West End of Atlanta.
Boy.
That was exhausting.
Yeah, that view, and I get it though. I've carried that view a lot of my life. I've been trying to shake off parts of it, but believing that every aspect of your life is controlled and like beneath and below, that I've suffered through that, and seeing that as blackness. That's what bothers me. Like seeing it as blackness.
Mm-hmm.
So I never thought blackness was the thing that brought that on. Like, okay, the circumstances, I get it. How, like, you know, blacks, it's like, I get that part. But it's like me, I didn't want to wear it as like black automatically brought that out. Like, okay, if I'm black, I have to suffer. I never thought that. I never thought that. I always thought like, okay, because I'm black, there are people who would prefer that I suffered over them. That made sense to me. But like, I never thought like blackness was automatic suffering. And seeing somebody in rapid succession associate black to all those things, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But that was the whole explanation on why Kendrick was right though. That was the whole explanation on why
I remember that
on why
struggle.
Kendrick was right and Drake, because Drake didn't experience the struggle. He didn't experience the struggle. Man, nigga, I wish I didn't experience the struggle. Fuck you talking about, nigga? Like, what are you like? What are we trying to hold on to? Like Bree said it earlier, that's not a flex, nigga. Like, it's not the flex you think it is, bro. Like, and I understand what they're saying, like as far as like experiencing like those generations of Jim Crow and racism and all that. Okay, cool. He didn't experience that, but his immediate next of kin experienced that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. The problem with making blackness the struggle means that anybody that experiences struggle becomes black.
Right.
And everybody suffers.
Because then the white boy in the hood that because everybody got that white boy in the hood.
Then he's black.
That grew up with it. And the shit, a lot of them let him say nigga.
Yeah. He's black. Ukraine gets set upon by Russia. They're black.
They black.
Like, yeah. So like what's the threshold of suffering? How long does it have to be? How much does it have to be? Like where suffering becomes your blackness. Mike? What that mean?
Which means that for as long as I can remember, I've heard Hebrew and 5 percenters and folks in the Nation of Islam describe Christianity as the white man's religion. This idea that black.
Oh, let's see. But I guess I see differently then. Just because one didn't experience it doesn't mean they're not affected, right? A white might. But I guess I see just because one didn't experience it doesn't mean they're not affected by it. What do you mean by that? Just because one person didn't experience something doesn't mean they're not affected by it. And which way do you mean that? Because I can read that in a couple different ways.
All right. I was thinking if you talking about what we was just talking about, like with Drake, like just because he didn't
Oh yeah, because he didn't experience the oppression his father did, the same level of struggle. I got you. But he will still be impacted by yeah. I get that. Got you. Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Because you don't have to experience. I'm not even trying to be funny. Like I know people. This is going to sound like white apologetics or something like that. I really don't care what people think about it. But the stuff that black people go through, white people go through too. Like I don't mean like they go through exactly what black people do. Like the things that we go through in America, they're impacted by what we go through. So our poverty, even our poverty impacts how white people think, feel, and move. So what we go through as a people actually has that residual effect on them. Not like they're going through it too, which can also happen, but they're impacted by how our life is. So when you bring 28,000 Haitian immigrants into a city, how they live impacts the people around them. How black people live impacts the people around us. So our experience is important to them as well. So how we experience something, it does affect the people around us, let alone what they go through, which is why I understand why a lot of white people rebuke that comment about suffering. It's like, I've been suffering too. What you talking about? So I get it. I get it.
Black Christians were essentially worshiping the God of their oppressor. And Claudia had something to say about the history of Christianity in Black or African possession.
I think everyone knows that.
I'm sorry, real quick, to that point I just made, because I don't really be liking living around Black people. So I know they don't like living around Black people. But anyway, that was my racist comment of the day.
Ethiopia has always been a Christian nation. But Ethiopia also was at this really important intersection of international trade. We get Ethiopia as this Christian nation because they had constant contact with the direct disciples of Jesus Christ, who were eyewitnesses to his life, death, and resurrection. But then even outside of Ethiopia, even if we go to Ghana with the Akan people, who also had their own creation narrative that is very similar to the creation narrative of the Hebrew scriptures, where they even named the creator God, the God of Saturday. Right. So there has always been this Hebrew scriptures where they even named the creator God, the God of Saturday. Right. So there has always been this very present belief in the Judeo-Christian God on the continent far prior to the Portuguese first coming to take slaves in 1471.
And while Christianity has been an incredibly powerful and positive force in the Black community, nurturing our most progressive.
What up?
What the fuck did she just say, bro?
I don't know. I got stuck. I got stuck when she said, like, I think she said the God of Saturday, which is Saturn, I'm assuming. But I got stuck there. Everything else she said after that, in my ear, I just heard God of Saturday repeated. That's all I could hear. I could not get past whatever she said. I could go back if you want, but I don't think I'm gonna understand it any better.
No,
you want me to go back?
I'm not. I guess I ain't Black enough. I'm not gonna really get what she was trying to say. I guess she was saying that the descendants of.
And see, that's why I was with her with the Ethiopian. The Ethiopians never lost touch of Christianity. Like they were always in possession of a pure copy of Christianity. And whatever she said about the God of Saturday, whatever that part was, that's where I got lost. I can't stop hearing it in my head. And I wonder what she's talking about, but she didn't explain it. Christians existed among Black people before colonization. Yeah. So and I remember we had talked about that some long time ago. There's you don't have to get Christianity through slavery, because there is another through line. There is another through line. It's kind of like that broken line of David or whatever. There's another way. The seventh day. Thank you, Bree. Bringing it all together. She's so smart. Bree's so smart. Yeah. The Judeo-Christian God is the Lord of the Sabbath. Got you. Okay. That makes it make a lot more sense. Let me give her a little replay rule. That helps. That set my mind at ease. Thank you, Bree.
Belief in the Judeo-Christian God on the continent far prior to the Portuguese first coming to take slaves in 1471.
And while Christianity has been an incredibly powerful and positive force in the Black community, nurturing our most progressive and effective voices, it's impossible to ignore the most regressive elements present in the faith.
Well, from very early on, Black church figures tried to publicly reimagine the position of Black folks within the context of the United States. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So one of my favorites is Henry McNeil Turner.
Let's go.
Henry McNeil Turner in the late 80s.
Yellow McNeil Turner. Let's go.
1800s in Atlanta, Georgia.
Shit, what did he say? Hold on, wait, run it back. Yeah, is he responding to her response? Is just like
he's just talking about how church figures they wanted to reimagine how Black people perceived themselves in the United States, or what the perception of Black people was in the United States. And he's getting ready to start talking about, I guess, a historical figure who might have been prominent on that front about trying to reimagine Black life and Black Christianity and how things were perceived. But then I saw the person, and they because photo was like a little black and white, so they looked a little lighter. I just called the dude yellow. But then I think they went on to say he was from Illinois, but I could be wrong. Let me listen.
Is Henry McNeil Turner.
I just saw like,
that's my uncle.
McNeil Turner in the late 1800s in Atlanta, Georgia, argued that God is.
I was all the way up. That wasn't nowhere near Illinois. Jesus Christ, I got to listen better.
It's a Negro. Pause.
What?
Atlanta, Georgia, argued that God is a Negro.
Hey.
Pause. 1800s.
Jesus is my nigga.
To Georgia, God is a Negro. He also argued that the flag of the United States is a dirty rag and will remain so until Black folks are treated properly.
Oh, okay.
So you get these sorts of figures who are moving between the church and political life, right? He holds several appointments. Other ministers are moving into political office. And then you move through the decades and you get someone like Adam Clayton Powell Jr., right? So you get churches that are sure enough involved in the political process. And this was fruitful one. Enough involved like Adam Clayton Powell Jr., right? So you get
Let's go. The light-skinned niggas was out there, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Y'all was out here. But this one, I thought that was Hitler for a quick second.
That's all right. You know, Black men, the men didn't believe in hair on their chin back then.
Yeah. Y'all been yawing for a long time.
Hey man. That's why it'd be weird. That's why it'd be weird that motherfuckers be trying to drag light skinned niggas. You look at your more prevalent black leaders, they was some light skinned niggas.
Almost every single time.
So
almost every single time, man.
So fuck them.
Is that are sure enough involved in the political process. And this was fruitful, one, because these churches were economically independent.
Okay, that helped.
So these ministers, by and large, could work for the well-being of Black folks without worrying about paychecks. The Black Church was the first organization for and by Black folks. So the church becomes an easy mechanism Black folks could use to be involved. It gave them a theology that included them. They were made in the image of God. Yes, that Black folks had deep importance and significance, and provided them with opportunities to live that in public, both as individuals and as a collective.
So that goes back to what Inya was talking about with the hope and the coping mechanism, but it also gave them a mechanism to cope. And I think that's what's really different about today versus yesteryear. They not only gave you the theology and messaging that you were important and relevant and mattered, but they also had a role for you to play, and not just in service, but something that would allow you to like feed yourself, allow you to sustain yourself. And I think that those roles have been lost outside of mega churches. Smaller churches don't seem to be able to return energy to the community around it. As a matter of fact, I can't say outside of Ohio, but I would gather that this is true throughout most of America and Black churches. Most people don't go to the church they live by. They drive across town or further. They drive somewhere to a church as opposed to going to the one that's within like a couple of blocks. Most people don't go to the church around them. It's just not the way I've seen things play out. I would gather that's not just an Ohio thing. Yeah, 40 minutes. Most people travel to their church. So they have a hard time being of service to the community because nobody's from there. And we complain about that when it comes to our policing. We complain about that when it comes to our schools. Why do we then mimic that when it comes to our churches? Why are we crossing town to invade somebody else's community to worship, and then we go back and leave it the way we found it? It's kind of a weird thing, especially when you're espousing like Christian principles of upliftment and outreach. It's a weird thing.
Because they got the better buildings. They got the more entertaining shows. They got the for shits and giggles. They got the pastor pouring the syrup on the Bible. They doing that. So you know what I'm saying? They doing that type of shit. They got the better choir, the better looking robes. You know what I'm saying? So they drive that 40 minutes because hell, we'll drive 40 minutes to the club. Shit. We'll drive 40 minutes to go to a spot, go do something, go kick it. So this same thing.
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. Folks gonna get dressed up. It's somewhere to get dressed up and go to on a Sunday morning because you probably got a little hangover from Saturday, so you can't sleep. That's all right.
Yeah.
You pull up.
So the Black church has played that sort of role, but the Black church has played that role almost exclusively in relationship to race. So it hasn't dealt well with issues of gender and sexism. Forget about its ability to deal with sexuality. What happens to a
he talking Bree's language.
Yeah, he cooking now. Yeah. Come on, man. I don't even want to hear a girl no more. I'm sorry. This ain't even no like women. This dude might actually make me consider. This will make me consider listening to somebody.
Yeah, because he's talking facts. He's speaking truth. He's speaking to things that people don't want to speak to. Speak about.
Yeah. He is pointing out the elephant in the room that's just been elephanting the whole time. Ain't nobody said nothing. Ain't nobody said nothing. The elephant just over there.
Pretending it ain't over there.
Just pretending that elephant ain't there.
That's the face. Yep, I should have. That's the face. That's the face. That's the face I need. Is Paul's like, yeah.
You heard? He said pause too. I rock on right here.
Shoot.
He was like, Jesus was a Negro. Pause.
Oh shoot, yeah. So let's let him cook again real quick.
So it hasn't dealt well with issues of gender and sexism.
Nope.
Forget about its ability to deal with sexuality. What happens to a trans population within Black churches? Right. So they worked hard to try to get race right. But we are not one-dimensional beings, right? We are not beings who are simply defined by anti-Blackness in terms of race. There are a variety of ways in which this society has tried to marginalize, if not kill us. And Black churches have been reluctant to address that.
Would you podcast them?
He said something that it made me click back to the BBL shit. That was just
you ain't gonna let that BBL go.
Nah, man, that shit had me triggered all day. I was at work like this, bitch. No, go back real quick. Just go back like 10 more seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
Dimensional beings, right? We are not beings who are simply defined by anti-Blackness in terms of race. There are a variety of ways in which this society has tried to marginalize, if not right? We are not beings who are simply defined by anti-Blackness in terms of race. There are a variety of ways in which this society has tried to marginalize.
We are people that's defined by anti-Blackness as race. We are defined by what we aren't. Everything we aren't, everything we ain't is what we define ourselves by. And I heard that and I quoted that back to a girl with the BBL because a slim body ain't Black.
Yeah, didn't matter what she was. All the stuff she was didn't matter. It was the one thing that she wasn't.
It was the one thing that she wasn't that fucking defined her, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not dark enough. You feel like you ain't got a beard. Real talk.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Drake from Canada. It's all the things that we ain't. That define what we supposed to be. Not what we are.
Yeah. I think I would say the only difference between me and her is I can identify the things that make me absent the things that are, you know what I'm saying? Like, thankfully, I didn't fall into, I know I have deficiencies. And hello, Anae. Hello. Good to see you. I know I have deficiencies,
Amen.
but they don't define me any more than my efficiencies. Is that the antonym for deficiencies? Efficiency. Yeah. So I mean, my my efficiencies, they either balance out my deficiencies or they supersede. But in either case, like I could not, if I had everything else, because I don't have much going for me at all, but I still would not like try to modify who I believe that I am for some thought in my head or some feeling. And I can't say that that's divorced from the different struggle that women face than men do. So there could be a gender component that I'm blind to, but I know I could not imagine at this point in my life anyway, wanting to conform. My desires to conform stopped around 25 to 30, somewhere in there. There was something that resisted that conformity. And I don't know when that BBL story happened for her. It might have been in around that same maturation stage between 25 and 30. I'd hate to think that it was too much later in life than that. But that lesson does need to happen for a lot of people, that your deficiencies aren't what makes you you. Like that can't be the measure of who you are. That one thing you're trying, your nose or the acne that you have or your hair, it can't be that. That's a sad state of existence. And I think she learned. I hope she learned some of that.
But that's how people are. That's how people are, though. Consider where we at in the social media world. You'll hear the celebrities, you'll hear the people with a huge follower, because we ain't gonna just talk about somebody who posts something and they get 20 comments, right?
Right.
We think bigger. I post something and I get 20,000 comments on there.
Okay.
Right? Most of them gonna be positive. If I got that following, most of them are gonna be positive. But guess what's the ones I'm gonna focus on?
Yeah.
Guess which ones are gonna be the ones that everybody else is gonna focus? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? To the point to where to the point to where folks arguing, they getting into it, all this other shit. Yeah, man. It really is about pointing out the one thing that you don't got. And if you don't got that 100%, then shit, motherfuckers feel like you ain't who you is, and you is who you be.
Yes, sir. And Nay, hello, welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
Good. What brought you up? What point what caught your ear?
Well,
or you just joining us to join us?
I was just joining. I want to be a part of
Let's go.
What I enjoy about conversations that you have is that it's conversations that people are sometimes scared to have. And so I haven't been listening to the whole thing. Okay, so that's why I say I want to just kind of be here. But one of the things, and I think on one of the games or one of the times when I came up before, I don't know if you asked me or if it was asked if I was a Christian, and I hesitated, but not from I love Jesus.
Right.
But sometimes that word is used, and the way that it's used, it doesn't reflect me. So I would, sometimes people don't give you enough time to like talk through, like, okay, what do you mean by Christian? Yeah. And then I'll tell you what I mean by Christian. And unfortunately, sometimes in conversations, people get stuck on a label. So for me, it's that I love God. I love God in any room, on any panel. Whether I'm at work or home, like I don't hide behind my faith, or I don't act like I don't have to still display my faith when I'm at work or when a situation is, would be advantageous to me. If it's not right, it's not right when I do it. So, but that's why I wanted to come up. I wanted to come up yesterday too, but I was a little bit busy. But this one I thought was even more fitting to be part of this conversation, just because I want to also be able to grow from listening to both of y'all. Because it's easy also for me to hear how, say like Yella, and I'm not picking on you because we're not playing a game right now, but like Yella, how he may view a Christian So I want to be able to have him to not see me as whatever that Christian is that maybe repels him or has, his blood boiling a little bit. So I think it's good to just be able to have conversations about, hey, this is how I see something. Yeah. And this is how you see something. And it doesn't mean that either one of us is wrong, but can we have a conversation so I can hear and you can hear me?
Yes. I definitely agree with you. I probably don't have to point this out to you. We did institute new rules on the channel. When you disagree with Yella, okay, you do have to call him broke and a punk before you drop down. That's a rule.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
I have. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna agree with you on a lot of stuff because I don't even like to talk to people that.
And right. And then when you drop down, you gotta go in the chat, right? You gotta go in the chat, and then you just gotta drag me from the chat, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, shoot.
Say all this bad things about me that you never said before today, that you never brought up before today.
Wait, you said that's called what? Broken what?
Broken a punk. I think what. Yeah, a punk.
Okay, so I know I'm gonna disagree with you at some point.
Or you can just say broke punk. You can combine them. You broke punk and that
broke punk. Yeah, you'll never talk to me again. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch. It's a bunch. If we got references, if you need some, we'll send
you. Good times, man. Good times. So many fun times have been had on this channel, and it was sad and fun at the same time. But man. Fun after the fact. It's always in the moment. It's always like, what's going on? But after the fact, you be like, that was weird. That was fun. That was fun.
Oh wait, one thing I did want to say, to something that y'all were talking about earlier, like when people go to church and it's not near them.
Yeah.
One thing I thought about too. Sometimes people may go to a church that's not so close to them because if they go to a church near them, the people actually see if you're living like you're saying that you're living. Like you can fake it out a little bit. If you're going 30 or 40 minutes away, because if you, display like, oh, I always have my stuff together and, I'm in decency and order, but you stay across the street and you see their yard jacked up. Well, when you going to start fixing that? Yeah. So that could be a reason too.
That's a good call. That's a good call today. That's a good call.
It does help to distance yourself from accountability because it's like literal distance from accountability because you don't. Was it a prophet? They say a prophet was without honor in his own home, in his own town. Like that verse. Like, so people typically don't even feel comfortable in their own environment. In most communities, like I know I don't, and most of my neighbors, most people don't know their neighbors anymore. So most people don't even feel connected to the place that they live. A lot of us feel connected to some place that we used to live, and it's weird that we move away from some place and still feel connected to it and always drive back or fly back. It's kind of, I don't know what that is with us. Like some sense of nostalgia. Why are we so desperate to leave a place only to return to it? Like, constantly reminding ourselves of it. I don't want to get too biblical. That whole pillar of salt thing. Why do we always want to leave? We want to flee a place, but like have some, we always want to look back. So there's something weird there. There's something weird in our makeup. But what do you think about as far as should Black people be Christian? Let me ask you that question directly. Should Black people be Christian? And you can answer that from whatever version of Christianity sparks when I say it.
Okay. So I wouldn't limit it to just Black people. And if I made a distinction between Black, then I feel like I'm not being true to how I believe that God sees us. So he doesn't just want Black people. A Black person can't praise and honor him any greater or worse than any other race. So I believe Black people should, but not, it's not unique to just them. Yeah. I think if you are, how do I say this? I don't want to ever use God because I don't want to face something. I want it to be because I actually have a relationship with him. So I don't think that you should be a Christian because you're running away from something and you're using God as an excuse or a way out of having to confront something that you just need to deal with. So I think that whenever you decide to, read the word, honor God, and, I don't think that you should always have to read the word. For me, I have to. For me. But I also know that I'm not just reading the word, because if the Holy Spirit is truly who I believe him to be, then he doesn't always need the Bible to be able to speak to me. So I hope that answered the question, but I think that you should be one if in your heart you want to honor and praise and love God.
Yeah. And I got one more question. Mm-hmm. Now, as for yourself, I'm sure over time you have heard variations of, well, how did God let Black people suffer all this? You know, how you've heard some variation of why was slavery allowed to happen if God loved Black people? You've heard some variation of how are Black people still suffering? Why or how do you reconcile being a Christian with, or even like the narrative of Black people we got the gospel through slavery. We got the slave man's Bible. You got the master's Bible. How do you reconcile Blackness, ethnicity, culture with everything that gets thrown onto the relationship between Blackness and Christianity? Does that even come up for you?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
Because my thought about when I do have those thoughts of like, oh, why is that happening? It's just with it's with any human. It's with any person. Okay. I don't like to see anyone being mistreated. You know, to the far extreme. And even if I'm in a circle of somebody and a lot of people are just talking about them, I don't like what that feels like to me. So I feel in the same way, like, because so as a Christian, if I say that God sees every sin as the same, nothing is greater or worse. Okay. So if I see that, then I have to also see it as any form of violence in God's eyes would look the same. So how is he seeing slavery? How is he seeing someone being abused in a relationship? How is he seeing people mistreating children? Is he seeing them all the same? Does he see one greater than the other? Or is what happens based on the consequences of something? You know, it's easy. I hear people say a lot, well, you know, didn't God do it? Yeah, well, you got to say that too. With there, you can't, don't hide now. Won't he do it? Yeah, won't he? He will. Something you said I wanted to make a point of, but I wanted to make sure I answered your question first, because I know sometimes I can drift off. So if it come back, I'll definitely get it back. But I just don't like bad either in any scenario, and it's hard for me to reconcile it sometimes, and sometimes I'm mad. So I'll come back, but because I wanted to make sure I answer your question, because I've learned sometimes I'll go back a little bit.
Hey, now we all do.
I got a follow up quick, and I feel like we picking in A's brain right now, because she said something. She said something that was interesting, and I wanted to kind of build on that.
Crucify her.
No, Nate says she's not a Christian.
No, I didn't say.
Or she said, how did you put it? How did you say? You said you don't call yourself a Christian.
From what I've grown up with in my family, the people around me, I would say that I'm a Christian because I love God and I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Okay. When I hear sometimes people saying, those Christians, I'm agreeing with them. Like, I'm like, yeah, all this hypocritical stuff. Like, what can you follow it up with the word? It doesn't sound like you're getting it from the scripture. So from what I have grown up with, I am a Christian. That y'all Christian,
Okay, I got you.
I don't identify with that. Yeah.
Got you. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. And what's up, Breath? Hello, Breath.
Hey y'all. It's right. I'm just listening. So hey.
But as our resident Christians, I appreciate both of you being up here. So Bree and Nate, I'm gonna ask both of y'all, how weird is it as Christ followers to hear two people that do not follow Christ or believe in that set of rules discuss God as much as we are willing to? Does that ever that's kind of weird? Does that ever land on y'all?
God got the riz. I understand.
Because I got zero belief. Like I got zero belief.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's normal, like especially growing up in America where it's forced on you culturally. I think a lot of it is just like a desire to reject that. I think that's very normal. Like when you feel like something is forced on you, there's a big part of you that just feels the need to push back and reject it and let other people know that there's an alternative belief, So I don't think it's strange at all. I think it's a fascinating topic, and Christianity is so interwoven into the identity of Blackness that also you tend to feel like you have to fight for your life to be seen as Black if you reject any aspect of Blackness. So no, I don't think it's weird.
Okay. What about you, Nate? You used to be sitting here wondering, like, why they gotta bring up Jesus again?
No, I actually appreciate it because I think what it reveals is just the honesty, and even as much as you love God or that you want to love God, sometimes just looking at what the world presents to us, it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's hard to see certain things and then just say, oh, I'm okay with that. So I think it's honest, and I think that that's what God wants from us. I think that He wants us to tell him when we're mad, when we're not happy, when we're excited. Okay. So I think that to me, you're just a reflection of probably even people that would come up here and present themselves as like this holier than thou Christian, that they don't sometimes have thoughts in the back of their head too. So y'all say it out loud, and a lot of times people aren't willing to speak it. Mm-hmm. But I think that it's good and it's healthy to have conversations with people that will reveal their deep thoughts, because one, you may feel like you're not alone because you felt it too. And that deep thought that you may have you questioning. It can have a person that says that they are a Christian. It can have them kind of on the fence in their alone time because they're like, wait, I love God, but I have this question and I'm doubting this thing right here. Then I can't really be a Christian. So it's like, I ain't really this and I ain't really that. And that tears them apart too. So then it makes it where they're more easily open to sin, not forgive. And I don't get to decide for somebody else what their relationship with God is supposed to look like. Yeah. You get to talk to God and say that I believe that you exist, and this is the part of you that I believe exists. Okay. And I think that He at least appreciates that you appreciate that part of Him. I'm sure that He's hoping for more, and I'm hoping for more. I would not ever come up here and have a conversation with y'all if I didn't think that y'all respected me for where I am. Mm-hmm. And I feel that. And we don't have to be in the same place. I'm going to always pray for y'all, but not for y'all to see and have a relationship with God the way that I do. It's whatever way that you and God have that relationship. So I'm going to always want to pray and intercede for both of y'all because, Bree, you're a Christian, but I pray for you too.
Now
and I hope y'all praying for me.
Out here. I'm chaotic. I be out here. Okay.
No, but I'm as we're up here, I'm praying. Y'all are helping me grow in my faith. Y'all are helping me identify some things in other people. Some things that I used to just take as, oh, well, they say they're Christian. I'm just taking it and walking with it. Okay, they're Christian. But then I'm watching some stuff and I'm like, wait, what's that? But and at least acknowledge that you're that. Like, I'll tell you that sometimes I'm a hypocrite. I don't intentionally mean to be one, but I am one. There's some ways that I know and I've read in the word that I'm supposed to be this way, and the Holy Spirit has moved on me to move that way. But my flesh is greater in that moment, and I fall there. So I don't ever want to come on any panel, any private conversation, any personal conversations. And I think that even on the panel is real, because if I'm being fake on a panel, I'm probably being fake in my real life too.
Yep.
But I just think that when you're in spaces where you can just hear people, I hear y'all, and I understand when y'all are saying certain things, I know where that comes from. Or I've sensed that I've sometimes felt the same way too. So
that makes perfect sense. Totally understand. And I appreciate your responses, ladies. Darren in the chat, appreciate you for stopping in. And I understand that from a scriptural perspective, yes, we should be careful, because after all, it is written and mentioned in scripture. People need to be very careful in speaking against the scriptures. I respect that. Yeah, I'm just, oh gosh, man. I just have so many issues with some of the Bible.
Because it's written in the book that you shouldn't say anything bad about the book. The first rule of Fight Club is don't speak about
Fight Club.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's circular, but
now wait, may I ask a
Let's
question?
Go. Yeah, of course.
It's gonna be the yellow.
Yeah.
Do you feel like sometimes when you have conversations that you may not give a person the benefit of being something different than what you've already decided that they are when it comes to a Christian?
No, because I know it's decent people of all beliefs, races, however you get down, whatever. So no, I don't never approach it like that. Okay. I'm just master of microaggressions. That's all.
Okay.
I just notice all the bullshit. I wish I didn't, but I guess that's
92.
my 92.
92.
Yeah, I got a 92% negativity rating. So, just that's just how I am. But no, for the most part, that's probably why I'm able to sit up here and have this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't feel no type of way about it, but I would think that it would help people. It's like I would think that it would help people to listen to people who don't have a belief structure, who actually will take the time to listen and kind of filter what's being said through that lens, through that kind of understanding. Because a lot of it don't make sense because we ain't addressed the first problem. It's a lot of stock being put into all of this. Hinges on these people being alive and being real, and we haven't nailed that down. And that is where it's going. At some point, proof is needed. And I think that's where we're at in this conversation now, because us being favored, we ain't got no proof of that. We ain't got no evidence of that. I can't think of black folks having a consistent good 100 years ever, 50 years ever, 10 years. Tell me when black folks had a consistent good 10 years. Just we ain't, the 70s maybe?
What?
90 to 99 was pretty solid.
If you the evidence that you're saying to prove what you need to have proved, let's say you got that. Now what?
Now I'm gonna believe. Because and I love it. Then what? Then I'm gonna believe. You want to know why? Because we've got off the goal spot. If life was Monopoly, now we've actually moved a piece. You know what I'm saying? If this was Salvation, when we was playing Salvation, now we've actually advanced towards something. Because it's all working from a place of speculation. So speculation on top of speculation on top of speculation is just like stacking lies on top of each other. You know what I'm saying? It's that's why I say it's the greatest game of telephone. It's a story within a story that's been told over and over. That's why a lot of the stories you see now in new movies are versions of older stories told in different ways. You know what I'm saying? There's only so many ways that you could tell Romeo and Juliet. The Star-Crossed Lovers has been a story that's been told a gazillion times over. But it's essentially Romeo and Juliet. So now we're at the point to where who good at doing like remakes and stuff like that? We like Jordan Peele. We had the Jordan Peele version of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So
do you think that some people, not saying you, they will use we don't have proof because that allows them to not then have to be accountable to what is needed or what is expected to be a Christian? Like, is it easier to say, well, I'm not a Christian because you can't prove that Jesus existed. So now that means that now you don't have to have these laws or these guidelines that you have to govern your life according to. Do you think that sometimes people will enjoy the luxury of needing validation for something so that they don't have to be accountable?
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be people that move like that. And I mean, to those people who do, I can't question it, because not hurting people and not doing wrong by people shouldn't come with the caveat of needing to be in some religious belief structure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a belief structure, but I have an understanding that I ain't gonna fuck over the next man or woman. I'm not gonna do anything to harm the next person. One, probably because it's against the law, but two, I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't like hurting people. You know what I'm saying? I don't get nothing out of it. There are people who get stuff out of hurting people and aggravating people and creating tension and doing all of that. A lot of them speak from the same book that Christians believe in.
Mm-hmm.
Most of these people I'm gonna keep it a beat. Most of these people who troll and antagonize in the chat believe the same thing you believe in, and they don't believe what I believe. They believe God exists, Jesus is real, all of that. But they are the most disruptive motherfuckers. They are the ones who don't listen. Can't nobody tell them shit. They know everything, and then they just troll. So I've seen and sat back and watched a lot of these conversations, and they become unproductive because you got 7 Christians on the panel that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then throw in the curveball to somebody who ain't a Christian, but still believe in all the things that Christians believe in. That's why I say Christian adjacent. Because you get all the spiritual people and all the people who are this denomination or this version of it, or Christian light, or what I'm saying, Christian zero, or what I'm saying, low calorie Christian, or what I'm saying, high fiber, what I'm saying, Christian. However you want to look at it. But it even if they don't even include the word, that's why I say it always ties back to 2 people: God, as if God from the Christian faith, and Jesus. So even if you're trying to detach yourself from it or act like you don't like it, or it's something about the structure that's so constrictive and all this other, you still believe in the same shit. You believe in everything that they still believe in. So what are you saying that's different? You just don't want to follow the rules? So it's the same thing as the people who you would say, like you were just asking, who use the lack of proof to not be kind of right about moving in the world. You know what I'm saying? It's people within their faith who separate it out, and now they become this warped ass version of of a Christian, because it is specifically Christianity. You know what I'm saying? As far as like with black folks, I don't really deal with too many other races of people that intimately. So it's basically the same thing. So that's why I say it's a balance. But for me, I just see it as we have to at least, and it's just me. I'm definitely more of a person that needs some type of proof. You got to show me some before you get me to make that type of commitment. That type of commitment. Dedicate my soul, life, my whole entire being to a deity or this person that was supposed to be alive, and in reality, they only exist on a page in a book. No, I might as well pledge allegiance to Harry Potter or Dorian Gray. What's dude from 50 Shades of Grey? You know what I'm saying? Grey. Christian Grey, yeah. Or Pinocchio. Or the Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Because the sad part is that nobody's actually prepared for what happens if none of this shit is real. And it's just all hell. It's just all hell. You know what I'm saying? Dang, it's just all hell. Dang. We die and it's just all hell. We die and nothing happens.
92% be percolating.
But that 92% is the 92% is the reality of the world.
I mean, it's your reality. Yeah, I get that.
The outcomes of the world are 92% negative. That's why. I beg to differ. No, I'm saying, hold on. Check me out. We hear about rich people and all this other shit. We think about it like this. We talk about Kendra and all these motherfuckers looking for all these people. Everybody's looking for the 1% person. That still leaves 99% of people failing at the thing of people who don't qualify, who aren't good enough for the thing that everybody wants. There's only one champion.
But are those 99% that 1%? Does the 99% that doesn't fit that person's desire for the 1% mean that they are in a negative space because that one person doesn't want them? That's why I disagree.
No,
it depends on which lens you want to look at it.
No, what I'm saying is that 99% is viewed from a negative lens, regardless of how you. No, from everybody. Because most people either want the 1%, or want to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's trying to get to that point, even if we're not even talking about in relationship standards. Everybody's trying to get there. So everybody looks at not having an ass as being in the 99%. They want to be in the 1% of motherfuckers who got asses, because not having an ass puts you in the 99%. The rest of the people who ain't got the ass, who ain't got the body, who ain't got the appearance. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of the outcomes in the world, everybody ain't winning like that. That's what I'm saying. The reality, and that's what we're talking about now. We're a smaller percent of the 100% in America. So our top percent is even a smaller bit of people. So our individual results as Black people has been mostly negative. We just said that the whole stream. Old girl was talking about because Jesus lived the people who lived the closest life to Jesus is Black folks.
If you're saying Black, but you said the world, so that's why I was like.
I mean, on the most part, I narrowed it down to Black folks, but yes, on the whole. For the most part, a lot of
I can agree.
I can say Black people. For me, okay, we can agree on Black people. For me, outside of our agreement, I can kind of look at the world as that being the case too, because a lot of people is fucked up right now. And that's not me being negative. That's the result of the world. Like, look at the fucking news. Look at how everybody broke. It ain't just people in America who broke. Niggas overseas is broke. Everybody broke. That's why the passport bros can go over there with 50,000 and be the man, because they broke over there.
I mean, I can understand your perception. It's just not gonna be one I can agree with, just because that's which level are you looking at it from thing for me.
I mean, it's a highly negative thing.
No, I'm just saying, like, I can't. It's not that you're wrong. It's just that I cannot. You're not going to be able to bring me to that space where I can understand the view you're looking at it from. So I understand what you're saying. If I look at it from the viewpoint in which you're taking, I can understand how you would say that. that's just not where I am. That's not the space I exist in. But I completely understand what you're saying. And like, if I put myself and look at it through the lens you're showing me, then I can see that. But I don't accept that as the reality. So that's why we probably just won't agree on it. Is Rashawn gone? Because he usually be leading conversation.
Nah, I was just gonna see. Yellow be long pausing, so I didn't know if he was gonna come back with something. I was like, let me wait a few ticks.
Right, exactly. As soon as you come back, okay.
And another motherfucker.
Yeah. I realized the other day, man, like he speaks like a smoker. So like he does that long inhale and hold.
Yeah.
So he inhales and holds, and then he'll let out the words like. But you gotta wait for it. You gotta wait for that settling into his chest.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what I did want to ask the ladies, and Darren, I'm not sure if he's still here. Because I'm assuming. Forgive me if I'm misgendering you, but I'm assuming Darren is a gentleman. But Darren, I'm curious about what you think, and Anae and Bree. What do you think about inside of Black churches, Black religion? What is your perception of why? And Darren identifies as a Christian. That's a Hebrew. But as a Christian, why do you think Black men struggle to partake? Why do you believe that Black men have such a hard time? I mean, it wasn't lost on me at first that both Black men like, nah, we ain't mess with Christianity. Both Black women like, yeah, Jesus. Why do y'all think that is? But then thankfully Darren came in as a man and also a Christian. Why do y'all believe that it's harder for men to enter into the kingdom of heaven?
I think so. Okay, I think two things. Okay,
let's go. Inyan's still here. You answer too. Answer. Don't ask. Answer, Inyan. You tell me. Why do you think?
For a man to have another man kind of like over them, that maybe their wife, or they see that women almost hold him to a higher esteem than them. It could be an ego thing. It could also be that the appreciation for Black men, I see a lot that's not the greatest.
Okay.
So it's like, well, if you ain't respecting me over here, I know you ain't respect me over here when you just hold this pastor, so high in esteem, and maybe the ways that you're trying to hold me up, you don't allow me to be human. Like, you would think that when a man comes to church, if we say this is where we're supposed to be vulnerable, this is where we're supposed to kind of like throw our sins, to the altar, or but you don't give me a chance to be human. You don't allow me to be heard because you're expecting so much from me that maybe I'm not able to give right now, or maybe I'm not able to give as consistently, or maybe this is all that I have and I need you to be happy with this right here. If you come into church and you're not wearing a certain kind of suit,
don't we know it?
Or if you drove up to church in a certain kind of vehicle, or if you don't know scripture and can't recite scripture, then you must not be, like, the bar is so high for a man to just be able to exist, that the one place that I think that he should be able to be as vulnerable as he can be, or that he should be allowed to be, I don't know if they necessarily feel they can be.
Yeah.
And then I think this is not really the question you asked, but are women running away from their responsibilities and what they're supposed to be accountable for because they just want to, well, I love the Lord. Yeah, you love the Lord, but you got to do some stuff too. So maybe the church sometimes for women, it it allows them to stay lazy too. And not be accountable for who they're supposed to be. Oh, you want to keep pointing out what the scripture says that a man should be. What about you? What about you? So maybe for men going to church, they see women being pretty fake too. So I don't know. I know that a lot of times when I go to church, it's a lot of times that I see more women at church. And sometimes I'm seeing a lot of women at church gawk over kind of like the same one or two men, you know, in the church. So they think that they're going there to find their husband and not requiring more of themselves. It's like, if I'm going to go to church, say I have a man of God, then I'm expecting myself to be that woman of God, to have deserved and earned that man of God. I don't want to misuse and mishandle a man of God. So,
okay,
that's what I think.
I like that answer. Yellow, were you over there catching the spirit? I was just imagining you smiling ear to ear when she said some of that.
I mean, that was a lot of that was right though. It's a multi-level answer and shit. A lot of that was right.
Yeah,
a lot of that was right.
Lonzo Hall, appreciate you, bro. Social media insurance, brother. Okay, let's go.
I don't really fuck with church either, and I be cussing, as you can hear, for a lot of reasons. So I can't really say why people who love church even love it, to say why people who don't. I find it just very mind-numbing most of the time, very rudimentary, very repetitive, very low. It's a feeling I can't really describe, but it's a low. Like, it feels like when she was talking about that low vibrational plate, like church be feeling low vibrational to me. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. I also find that it's not actually very effective in transmuting energy to get results beyond the result that the pastor wants, which is money and people to come to his church.
Okay.
I find that it's not really equipping the people there to be able to actually make anything happen in their own life. So for men who I feel like are action and results based, if they believe in the role of like, I have to provide, I got to make it happen, I can't see them finding much value in a place that is just kind of an emotional jerk circle. And that's just because I don't really see the value in that either. Yeah. Like, I go to church if I need that. Like, if I'm like, oh, this shit just, sometimes stuff just rough. And it's just like going on, and maybe it's just like, it's nothing that can be done about this thing, right? And so maybe that is a space in which I just need to emote. I would go to maybe what I feel like most of the churches serve the purpose of. So, yeah, I find that most churches are just emotional, just a place to emote. And kind of people go there to serve the self, for what they need. They need encouragement. They need this, they need that. So I just find that most churches cater to the needs, to the fleshly needs of the people. Inadvertently, maybe, but it's just too flesh-based for me. I don't really see the benefit of it. So I'm not getting the benefit of it helping me tap into God better. And it's not going to actually help me get results in my own life, not material results, just like even mental health, peace within results. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got
like you. People who go to church ain't even getting that. So it's like, what's the point?
No, I definitely agree. DJ Dose is in the building. Grandma Ma, I see you. And then I had to shout out Lonzo Hall again, man. I love his acronym. I watched the short of his just like a few days ago. And that white ass, it always cracks me up every time he says, work in progress every day and see success. It's super memorable. But it catches me off guard every time he says it at the end of his video. White ass, work in progress every day and see success. And I'm like, oh man, he kills me with that. But I love it. But I wanted to go over Inya's comments because she said she wrote all of that while holding her breath. So Because I believe a lot of men do not want to submit to another man, especially in that form of power. 2, women are leading the church. And 3, what the man on yesterday's stream was saying. 4, you have to be clean shaven. 5, they want the man to lift up their hands and receive what they are saying for them to do. And last but not least, women put pastor over their husbands. Okay, got it out in one breath.
I just said, is he trying to hold his breath?
Yeah, one breath. I had to get it in one take, man, because you got y'all doing it in one take, like Lil Wayne. I gotta be able to do it in one take too. Let's go. All right, but now with you, and Alonzo said I can understand Islam, but the Israelites often look like bro Power Ranger cosplayers.
That's a read. They do.
I know y'all be saying they be looking like Power Rangers too. It's funny.
They do be looking like Power Rangers.
But I like the fact that they go back to the Old Testament. But I like that they go back to the Old Testament because they got those. Like, I think was it the fringe or the tassels? I can't remember the exact one, but they went back to the scriptures to kind of, mimic the style of dress, model the style of dress out of the scripture. So I appreciate that touch of like authenticity or whatever you want to, whatever you might want to call it.
They trying to get that culture. That's it. They realize at least that there's a gap of culture. And so they're trying to bring culture into the belief, which is good. I can say generally you do need culture for it to be more to show up in your life better. So I can understand the need for a culture of it.
He said when it was supposed to be gold and silver, not foil. I ain't seen them in foil. Oh man, but yeah, that I've seen them a few times out here where I'm at. Nah, man. I like what I do respect about it is that they do look set apart. Yeah, they do look set apart. And we were just talking about that yesterday because this dude was talking about the effeminate men in the church. I respected the fact that the Hebrew Israelites, they look distinctive, and so the Nation of Islam, they look distinctive when you see them out when they're dressed in like the bow tie brothers and the suits. When they're on code, they look different, and you can kind of picture them differently than the regular citizen. And the same thing with when the brothers from the HI are out. But when the brothers like Christian people, they come as you are. You might see them in anything: jeans, sweats, suits, could be anything. So you never really know until you're actually talking to them. But I don't know. I know we talked about the image a lot yesterday, and they missed the image thing. So I am asking one last question before we get back into this video. Yesterday, the guy, he had a lot to say about effeminate men in the pulpit. He referenced Mike Todd's mannerisms, style of dress. I think it was Tim Ross dropped it low one time. There was a lot of men and their hairstyles with the locks maybe pulled back into a ponytail. There was like a silk two-piece. It didn't look feminine at all to me, but the guy harped on feminine. So what I want to ask you, and because we had that conversation yesterday, do you feel that the men in the church have become more effeminate in the way we use effeminate now? Because I get it, we did a little study yesterday, but as far as the way we use effeminate now, meaning more feminine in their traits and characteristics, do you see that as being more prevalent in the church setting? And even if you don't attend church, do you see like the mannerisms and speech patterns emerging from the men who have that you see are Christian?
I do see it in some churches. I do see that. I would say that, and I'm not saying that this is popular and this is right. Mm-hmm. For me, there is an image and posture of a man that when I see that I think masculine, I think manly. And because I have that view, when I see other views, I'll be honest, sometimes it has me not taking some things as seriously, or certain things that they may say seriously.
Okay.
And if I had a preference, I probably, for any young man growing up, I would probably be a little hesitant in certain having them being taught by this doesn't sound right. I know.
Hey, it's okay.
I would my thing is that I just believe, especially with kids, I want them to have choices later. I don't want, just because they are seeing certain things, that makes the decision for them.
Okay.
And I think that in church, certain things are so influential.
Okay.
That would not be one of the places that I would want.
Gotcha.
That I'm saying confusion, but that's the only way I can think of that confusion to take place.
I get you. And that is an issue we've had with churches, because they're so influential because of what it represents. Like, your conduit to the all-powerful creator God, that the influences within the church are more influential than in just random places that you might encounter. So I think that might be like, it's if you might see something in your environment, that's one thing. But in church, where people put the connotation of this is the home of the All-Father, well, that it kind of puts more weight on whatever the influences might be. So I can see you being more leery about what goes on there, because people are more open to it. You're opening yourself up, typically in a religious practice. So you're even more susceptible. Not only is it more influential because of the weight of it, but you're opening yourself up to it too, to be vulnerable. So it's like a double whammy. I believe in energy transfer, so I respect everyone's right to believe what they want and practice whatever traditional activities they decide to.
I have a silly question. Like in a lot of churches you may pass by, and they may have like a rainbow flag out. Hey. What are your thoughts on that? If it's, and then, because sometimes when I see it, I'm thinking, well, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you feel like that's something that churches need to do? Like, what are your thoughts on that? Churches that fly.
For me, myself, as a non-Christian, it doesn't bother me. I understand the reason for it, because they're saying they're inclusive of a certain group of people who would otherwise, like yesterday. I know you didn't see yesterday's stream, but the guy was heavy on the effeminate, gay, soft. Like, that kind of attitude is pervasive in Black culture and Black churches. So if I was gay, effeminate, soft, and I'm opening myself up in a vulnerable space to be able to worship God, and then I'm constantly being hit with I'm gay, soft, abomination, that would be hurtful. So for them to have a space where they can feel like they're worshiping, I can understand why they would choose that path and why they would advertise to people like, hey, you're safe here. I'm fine with that, because again, I don't have an emotional investment in the outcomes of church. So, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't bother me, nor does it benefit me. So, but I understand it. It makes perfect sense to me why they would do that, and why it's, I would say, in some places necessary. But I also get the other side where it's like, but that's kind of weird, because you're an abomination. Why do you want to celebrate your abominableness? I know I'm butchering that word, but you're abominable. Like, why do you want to be abominable in the sanctuary? Why do you want to pray that around? Why do you want to advertise that? That's the other side of it. But like, I can see both sides, but neither one is my side.
Okay.
Come as you walk.
Yeah, I feel like it's more just like saying that you're safe here, and there are gay people who are Christians, and I think they should have somewhere they can go and worship too.
Yeah.
If church is a place to worship and connect to God, and it shouldn't matter who you are or what yeah, I can see why they would want to go somewhere that is safe.
Yeah.
My only issue would be if the message is all about homosexuality. Like, if the message in the church is like constantly talking about homosexuality or sexuality or any of that, would be more problematic for me. But putting up a sign and say you're safe here doesn't really bother me. As long as the message inside is still, the gospel or whatever, and that's fine.
I like that. Yeah. Good caveat.
I know sometimes, like, when I see it says something to me about like what the church is, what I would want churches to be better at that we wouldn't need that, because if you read the word and your belief is that it is an abomination, then you need to put all of them out there. You know, show a unwed person, you know what I'm saying? So that just lets me know that, you know, are we really, you know, as churches, are you really saying come as you are when you're showing? I know why, so I'm not naive. I understand why, and I understand the heart of that. It's just so unfortunate that really, honestly, we shouldn't have to make any distinction between any child of God that comes into a church. It should be welcoming everyone, period.
Oh yeah.
So, but
no, I definitely agree with that. So that was a big thing, like with the guy yesterday. Like that's like the inherent homophobia that comes with Black church. I don't know if it's Black culture. I would say it seems to be really steeped in Black culture. We have a deep, we have a deep aversion to homosexuality in certain capacities. Like again, we don't want our children being gay. We ran a poll yesterday because a lot of people would rather have a thug son than a gay son, and it's exclusive to the boys. But there is something that we have there where that sin for us, that abomination is worse than the other abomination. We don't even research what the other abominations are in the Bible. I never hear people cite the other abominations. Like the stream I was thinking about doing tomorrow is because the divorce, it says God hates divorce, which again, that's abominable. That's related. It's like the same effect. So people are getting divorced in the church routinely. Pastors are getting divorced, but God hates it. You're doing something that God hates. And then there's a lot of rules in the Bible about remarrying and what will allow you to remarry and for it to be okay. And most of it is just your spouse died. Your spouse died, you can remarry. If not, you can't be getting remarried according to the Bible. So if God hates divorce and you're divorcing, but you're a divorced pastor talking about the abomination of homosexuality, it's kind of hypocritical because you're an abomination too. God hates the way you're acting. God hates the things that you did. So it's weird. And most people, almost everybody lies. I'll say I can't prove everybody lies, but I feel like they do. Everybody's a liar. We tell lies. That's an abomination. It says in the Bible, it's like 7 or 9 times that lying lips or a lying tongue or a liar, God hates that. It's an abomination unto him. It only says that about a man lying with a man once. So he hates liars. Like if we do that fuzzy math we like doing, God hates liars 7 to 9 times more than he hates homosexuals. So maybe we should work on that. Like that would be more of a point of emphasis within the church, but it's not because people don't broadcast that they're liars. Nobody wears it on them. Some homosexuals wear that they're homosexual. They dress themselves and style themselves to let you know, I'm not conforming to the gender roles that you expect. And some people do the same thing with trans. I'm going to blend these genders and I'm going to look feminine with this beard. So some people let you know and they advertise their deviance from the cultural norms. But liars don't do that. That's why they're lying. They're trying to look normal. But it's an abomination. And it's more accounted for in the Bible than homosexuality is. So I'm not sure why we focus on that other than our homophobia, other than our supreme aversion to it. And I see a lot of people have said that, Alonzo, due to procreation, because you're not reproducing kids, but neither do barren people. Neither do people that choose not to have kids. Paul said it's best not to start a family. So it's promoted in the Bible to not start a family if you're going to serve God, because it takes time away from God. You can't serve 2 masters. If you're serving your family, it's hard to be out doing the work of God. And if you're doing the work of God, you can't be home taking care of your family. So there's a lot of philosophical problems and differences that are inherent in the Bible and the people. Yeah, pork eating is an abomination too. And man, I promise you I had some pepperoni this week. Promise. I'm not a Christian though, but if I were, I still would have ate that pepperoni. And I'm not going to lie to nobody. It's just, not going to lie. What's up, Greg? He's become politician. So, I mean, I know I went on a little rant there, but I mean, that part bothers me, how we pick and choose. We got our little Pikachus. We pick and choose which things are going to be like castigated and shamed and like brought up all the time, but it's never the things that we're doing. It's just those people over there. Don't trust them new niggas over there. The people really wild back in the days. They had to make up a moral book to keep us heathens in line. Yeah, people just think about a dude sucking another dude, and they can't stop thinking about it. They got the. I can't stand you. Road comes to the feast late. Daughter Park was gone. Abomination number 7. No port. Ah, bad. Yeah, Kilroy was looking for you earlier, Greg. He was wondering where the butt talk was. But yeah. All right, that was my last question. Did I answer your question, N.A.? And did anybody else answer? N.A., Yellow? Bree, did y'all want to do it?
I answered.
Okay. My bad. Yellow? I like playing Fortnite.
Nah, I'm good.
All right, let's see what this dude, because he was on fire. Let's go.
Marginalize, if not kill us. And Black churches have been reluctant to side by anti-Blackness in terms of race. There are a variety of ways in which this society has tried to marginalize, if not kill us. And Black churches have been reluctant to address that. I think one of the shortcomings of Black churches, why they have not been willing to engage a much more expansive agenda, is because of respectability politics.
Real quick, let me pause there. Shout out to Alonzo Hall in the building, man. How you feeling, bro?
I'm doing well. I just figured instead of shooting in the chat and forcing y'all to read, I'd come up and actually speak. How are you, man? What's going on, everyone on the panel?
Hey, good to see you. What you got for us, bro?
So like I said, I believe in the transfer of energy. I believe that everyone should have the right to practice whatever it is they see fit. I myself will go to church often because I enjoy the overwhelming feeling of energy when you have an abundance of people in the room who, share maybe a positivity. I'll go to the mosque myself on Fridays on Juma. Often when especially Black men approach Muslims, I've learned through my business travels that just approaching them with salam, assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa barakatuh, which is peace and blessings be upon you times 30, they'll start to bend over backwards to do business with you. Ironically enough, that's how a lot of Black men adopted Islam, because back in the days, whilst they took us as slaves, they wouldn't do business with you unless you spoke Arabic. So there's a lot of deep-rooted causes. But when it comes to the effeminate man in the church, specifically the Black church, because we also have to realize that there's distinctions even in Christianity, right? There's Catholicism, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon, Baptist, Pentecostal, right? So there particularly may not be one thing. I think it's just a multitude of practices, and often people are looking for some form of camaraderie in a positive manner. I'll pause there.
Nah, definitely. I agree. Well, shout out to Quantum and Vaughn Bryant in the building. Vaughn Bryant came in but the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ. The problem is, see, brothers, we have a problem with defining sin. Okay, that's my best. I can't really give Vaughn Bryant, but I'll be trying. I love trying.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm working on it, man. I'm gonna give Vaughn. He's the only person I have even close to an impression of, and his brother Vaughn. But I love it. I always like seeing him. But no, I definitely agree with everything you're saying, Alonzo. There are lots of variations in like the flavors of Black Christianity, or the styles of Black Christianity. It is definitely variable, but I think a lot of the same cultural like permeation of values probably bleeds through most of them. And I think like especially like the anti-effeminate male, the anti-homosexual male, I think that's very prevalent. There's a certain feeling towards that's not as passionate about like homosexual women, but it's still there, but it's not as strong. There's something about the men that really gets to us. Yeah.
Well, I will say, we were mentioning about the lack of Black men in the church, in the Black community. If you look at Jehovah's Witnesses, there are a lot of masculine men whom are in the Jehovah's Witnesses. But then there's that whole 144,000 thing, and I'm like, so through all those millennia, that club ain't full yet. But you know, it is what it is.
Man, for sure. I'm gonna let a little bit more of this video play, see where this guy is going with it, and then we'll be right back.
If we look like white folks, if we sound...
Oh, and if anybody needs me to pause it, man, just, you know, shout out pause, I'll pause it. But again, this is the gentleman who's the main premise. I know a lot of people have been coming in late. Thank you for popping through. There's a big premise on this particular video is the outcomes of Black Christians have not equaled the dedication to Black Christianity. With 80% of Black people identifying as Christian, where has the history proven that is a good investment? And they've talked about the history and which way we got Christianity, through the master or through Ethiopia, where it was not filtered through the slave master. So they've talked about quite a few things, and I can't remember where we are because we took a big deviation, but we're going to go back into it and rewind just a bit.
One of the shortcomings of Black churches, why they have not been willing to engage a much more expansive agenda, is because of respectability politics. If we look like white folks, if we sound like white folks, if we structure our individual and collective lives in ways that mimic white folks, they will have to appreciate us. So we've reached a point again where Black churches, the dominance of Black churches is being consistently challenged by pointing out its shortcomings. And we all...
Now let me ask you about that, what he just said right there, about the way we criticize the Black church. Does anybody here believe it's in relationship to comparison to whiteness? Are we critiquing it because of a moral code, or are we comparing it to whiteness, and that's where we're pointing out shortcomings? Because that's an interesting point. I don't think I've heard anybody's, when we criticize the Black church, for me, it's kind of like the BBL conversation yesterday. It's an in-group conversation. But he's saying, well, we're criticizing it because of people that are respectability politics, which is you're embarrassing us in front of white people. How do y'all feel about what that point there? Anybody can start.
I guess I don't know. For me, that ain't my stance on it.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, that doesn't feel completely accurate. I guess they're saying, well, you could spin it and say, well, if you're going to say the outcomes are bad, then what is the standard outcome that we should expect?
Got you.
It seems more like an implicit discussion of like, okay, if we're saying the outcomes aren't good, then what are we saying the outcomes should be? And then you have to say, well, what is the standards of good outcomes? And then, of course, you'll introduce whiteness, right? Because it's America. So then I guess implicitly you could say that, you know, whiteness comes into the conversation from that level. But I mean, yeah, that's probably the only way I can see him getting there. So I would say I don't completely disagree. I don't think most people who criticize the church are thinking about that. But I also think it's also a part of Black culture to nig and niggle. So,
true.
Just
That
sounds
is
like
true.
Black people being Black.
That's true too.
Yeah.
You do love a niggle.
I want to say I partially agree. If anybody has watched Star Trek, you know of this thing called the Borg, where this one race assimilates everyone and makes you become like them. That's basically what's happened with planet Earth. Most of Earth has assimilated to a Western white culture, if you will. When it comes to most criticizing of the Black church, I think that comes from days of old, when the Black church used to be an actual sanctuary for Black people and do things for us. Whether you were a believer or not, you know, they created community centers, they did this, that, and the third. You'll often today hear a lot of people complaining that they're not doing that because of a 501c3 status and they don't want to lose their tax exemption.
Yep, I hear that a lot.
Know a young lady who was a pastor who used to, when I was working at a store called TJ Maxx, used to come and get all her gear tax free. But I was like, what is this doing for the people? You buying, you know, Coach bags at a discount, but that, it would, you know. But then at the same time, especially with Black folk, we need to see something. So I do understand why pastors are running around rocking Gucci suits, right? And supposed to be, God is blessing the people who are giving, professing his what have you. They're supposed to be blessed, and so they should be coming from a place of abundance, so they should be able to afford the Gucci suit, if you will, in one way or another. And people are people.
Yeah. And then
I think it's the extreme one. It's like the mega churches where you hear a lot of people talk about the prosperity pastors, and there's this coming with the best hat, the suit, shoes, people identifying what kind of belt you have on. And then the other extreme is like an inferiority complex, where it's like, well, all we got to do, because we're going to get there in the promised land, so it's okay if we just, still have the same basket that we've been passing for the collection plate since, 1920. You don't even want to upgrade. So it's like these extremes of like feeling like you shouldn't want more than just enough to exist, and you have to be greater than because your outward appearance and what you have, that shows the value that you have in your relationship with God. More that you have shows how close you are to God. So I don't know if I totally disagree with him, but I see a lot of churches, because I like smaller churches. Even though, like when I was in Georgia, I saw my pastor go from a church in Ben Hill, and then Pastor Bronner, Bishop Bronner. I saw him go from the small church in Ben Hill, and then the church that he has now. To me, as a pastor, he's been consistent. The congregation, at least from what I remember before I left, seemed to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? But I know in a lot of churches, particularly a lot of smaller churches, it's almost like I don't see that they just want more and want your congregation to grow. And it doesn't necessarily always mean financially, just a different mindset. So it kind of stays complacent in this inferior mindset. So that's what I see in a lot of the churches. It's like it's one or the other.
Yeah. No, I definitely can see some points in there. So y'all might have swayed me a little bit. I'll move to I don't completely disagree. There are some elements that come with the dichotomy of race in America where I can't totally discount the respectability politic angle once y'all make some points. So y'all sway me.
We also have new vocabulary, new grammar, new ways of naming our positions in the world that are enhanced and spread so very effectively through social media. So Black folks know their options. They know I'm a secular humanist and I'm not alone.
Why is that? Why are more Black people identifying as atheist today? Why is that happening?
Why are more Black folks identifying as atheists today? I think what is happening is a greater degree of comfort with naming what they have been. Right? Black atheists and secular humanists didn't just pop on the scene recently. We have existed, but we've reached a moment in history in which the dominance of the Black church is being legitimately challenged, right? Legitimately challenged. And this has been more graphic over the past 3 decades with the spiritual but not religious.
Man.
Right? Or those who claim no particular religious affiliation. The percentage of Black.
Yeah, that's been a thing with me and Yellow for a minute. The spiritual but not religious.
Oh my
I just heard that yesterday from a dude. And I get it though, but I get it. I've been that person. Because I rejected the religion I was receiving.
But you're still doing the religion. You're just not doing the religion. It's like I don't smoke crack. I just inhale hardened cocaine. Like, no, motherfucker, you smoke crack.
Oh shoot. Now, so I do want to ask y'all. how y'all feel about that. As far as I don't know which side of the fence everybody is in. Alonzo, I think you said you're all the way heathen. I think that was in the chat. But from wherever y'all are, do y'all see more of that people where they're rejecting the structure and they want like kind of like, I know Yellow earlier, he called it like Christian light, Christianese. Do y'all see people trying to have a soft stance with God, like something that's more comfortable, like casual God days? What y'all think?
I know I've said that before. And I think if I'm being honest, part of me was maybe subconsciously or consciously running away from not wanting to be lumped in with those Christians.
Mm-hmm.
But now I just, I'm just going to sit there and just whatever comes with it, comes with it. But I think that saying that you're spiritual and wanting to run away, why is it that we're so okay with the religion of like going to a job, the religion of, because what is religion? That's the first thing. What do people see as religion? Isn't it like a system of doing something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a system of doing something when I go to work. I have a system of doing something when I take care of myself, right? So we all have a religion. I don't know. I don't know if it was Jella that just said it, but it's like you're doing it. Yeah. You're doing it. You're just using a different word, but the way that you're displaying yourself and your actions and your behavior say that it's a religion.
Yeah.
And why do you want to run away from that? What about it? What about the identification of what people think about you with that? What is it that you're ashamed of?
Because it's rules that they would have to follow that doesn't involve them getting reimbursed with money or something tangible. There's rules that has to be followed that way you can't do certain shit. Now, see, the reason that they show up to the job religiously is because it's a paycheck coming, but they follow because a lot of people don't follow every rule, but they follow all the rules that ain't gonna get you fired. They'll do all the things that get you rolled up, but they ain't gonna break the rules. They get you fired. With religion, they can detach from the actual rules and structure of Christianity and just take all the fun parts. They can scoop all the fun parts that they like and just go over there and make their own idea of what it's supposed to look like. And then they can go research this and add this twist to it. And then they eventually become their own authority of the religion that somebody else is supposed to be teaching them.
I get that.
I take a little bit of what Enya said there. To be factual, I often say, like I watch NFL football religiously, right? So much so that, sometime back I was offered a job, but they said I had to work on Sundays. And so me and my wife said, no, I won't be taking that job because we watch football every Sunday for 6 months out of the year. Right. And like we're so much so fans that we buy NFL Red Zone so we can watch every game. From 1 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then the late night game and then Monday and then Thursday and Friday and what have you. So it is a fact of the practices that we do. Now, is there any recourse or any rules that we can break? No. And so I think that goes to what you were saying, bruv, about, they can kind of dip and dab and take these rules or bend the rules. And, hey, I might get written up, but I know I'm not going to get written up 3 times in a month, so I don't get fired. And so I want to say that goes back to people saying that they're spiritual and not religious. Yeah. So they can say, oh, all things through Christ, except for when I'm over here, sleeping with these chicks and doing lines of blow and, beating somebody's behind in the back room, right? That's all cool, you know, because God ain't watching that. But if I was to go to church, he'd be watching, you know. And then even to the fact that God has a gender, you know, I often say I've actually read the Bible from cover to cover, the Quran from cover to cover. I haven't read the Torah yet, the Book of the Dead or the Book of Demonology. However, you know, when you look at a lot of those things, even when people say, you know, God created man in his image. If anyone has ever had children, you know, I often say, well, there you go. You are God. Because if you look at your child is the spitting image of you most instances. Right? That's just my take on it.
Yeah, what about you, Bree? You got anything? Or are you good?
I'm not really. So, as a person who doesn't typically find utility in religion, which is why I understand the use of religion. I've dabbled in a lot of different religious practices. Yeah, I'm a dabbler. I'm 100 out of 100 openness. I will fuck around and find out. Kind of my MO. So I dabbled. I find that for me, when I became a Christian, it didn't need a church to structure my life, if that makes sense. Because I'm such an open person, I've seen different variations of myself across time. I can see the effect that my belief in Jesus has had on my life, and I don't need a church to reinforce that.
Okay.
I think some people need those structures to give them structure.
Yeah.
But I feel like my life has taken a completely different path, more aligned to what God would say I should be, right? Like, I'm married, probably wouldn't be married. Probably wouldn't have no more kids. Possibly could be married to a woman. Like, I'm kind of just like, whatever. That's me though. So like, I'm one of those people that there's no reason to do anything just by default. Like how I exist in my purest nature, like without any structure, I will do whatever. You know, I'm morally gray as myself. So I can feel in myself that my belief has given me a morality that I conform to. I don't really need a church, you know what I'm saying? I don't need people watching me to make me do what I feel like morally I'm supposed to do.
Gotcha.
But I can see the utility of a church, but the other problem with religion is we like to believe that we know what the mission statement of a church is or religion is, right? But a lot of times people don't understand the mission statement of the church that they're going to. They project one on it. And they think if I go to this building, I'm going to get this outcome. But is that what the building that you're going to is trying to give you?
Mm-hmm.
So like there's an issue with religion. You do have to follow rules. You have to submit. You have to yield to the structure. And that's cool if you actually agree with what the structure is there to provide.
Yeah.
But I find for me, what a lot of churches are provide, I don't want to submit to. Not that I can't submit to rules. It's I don't want to submit to a person who I'm going to give my money to and my energy to just so that I can have an emotional orgasm every time I come to church on Sunday. Like, I don't really need that.
Yeah.
Don't really need
I love
that.
it.
I love them emotional orgasms.
Yeah, they're nice sometimes. Like, you need it sometimes, right? Like I said, I've been going through stuff. Sometimes you're just going through stuff and you've made peace that it is what it is. This is the path I'm walking right now. But you're still going to feel all the feelings, and maybe you need that, right? And maybe some people are suffering so much they need that on a consistent basis. But it's just not something that gives me much utility right now. Like, I have a family, I have kids. Like, when I say I'm living my life in a structure that I think would most Christians would say, yeah, that's what you're supposed to be doing. I'm married, I don't work, I'm a stay-at-home mom, I homeschool my kids, they go to a Christian hybrid school to, you know, I'm doing the things, right? And that takes a lot of my energy. I don't really have it to pour into a church somewhere right now. And so that's kind of more where I am.
Yeah, I like a bit and piece of all of what y'all said, because there are people that run from the accountability, and I do think, like y'all said, we do typically get religious about something. Like, we do turns. I do believe people who are
patriots,
people that don't have a God concept, they create one, even if they're not calling it that. There's something that becomes their highest order value set. And that typically becomes their God, or what church people say, an idol. There's something that they set above their relationship to other things and people. And typically that's unspoken. But you kind of, when you know those people, you bump up against it when you realize, oh, they put that thing before me. When I asked that person that says they love me, I asked them for this thing, and they said no, because I found out what was more important than my humanity. And I've seen them do that to other people. So you kind of find out what that person's God is. Sometimes it's their job. Like I know somebody mentioned work. Sometimes some people do believe that money is their salvation. Like money's going to save it. Money's going to fix anything. So I'm going to pursue money. I'm going to knock at the door of money and it will answer. Like, so some people do set up other things and other principles as their God without saying it's their God. So I'm totally with y'all. And the emotional orgasm piece, that was hilarious, because some people do require the social aspect of the church. And you're right, Bree, like there's different aspects that church provides. Some of it's social. Some of it's like community as far as helping each other, not just the emotional tripping, but the actual helping each other, like bear each other's burdens. Then there's the edification part. So if you already have all those other structures, like the edification, the community, the social need, if you have all those other things met and you just need the moral piece, then church wouldn't have the same weight for you. So, I mean, that makes some sense. That makes some sense. And Ivana said, the Bible says true religion is a devotion to God, demonstrated by love and compassion. And to Greg's point, yes, a true religion should have a theological component at the center, but, abstracting, bastardizing the concept and pulling it out, it is something where people can make something religious that's not, and it can become sacred to them. Like it's not explicit. It's not something they've codified or written out or something, but you can tell people do sometimes make something very sacred to them that isn't a sacred thing in general usage. In some instances of religiosity, yes, places some in the position to think that somehow their continued practice of a thing is what impresses God. Yeah, the works. Not so. God looks at the heart. What is really in your heart? I like that. Cool.
You know what I find funny? To Greg's point, he was talking about theologicals. You know what they call a lot of pastors who go to school to get their degree in theology. They call them a theist.
A theist. I get it.
Yeah.
That's crazy, because that reminds me of what the therapist is.
Yeah.
And like exactly. Like this guy named himself that on TikTok, and his page got taken down. He was like, "No, like I do therapy." Like,
wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He lost his. You know what? The internet.
Yeah, because you can't really be naming yourself the R word.
But that's not. I don't think that's how
it was like you should have put an underscore under it or something, because people definitely was reading it as that.
But is that the way that word would be modified? The ISC, I thought it would be like the ER. Like it wouldn't be. It'll be a aper, not an apist.
I mean, now you definitely could be called that.
I guess you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Dang, that's crazy.
Black folks who move in one of those two directions is noteworthy. The dominance of the Black church has been fractured. In more recent years, I think some of that is a result of the ways in which Black Lives Matters, for example, has given us opportunity to rethink our engagement with the world and to rethink our meaning-making processes and to think Black life in ways that push against the ways in which Black churches have confined it. It's also the case that if you...
Okay, so let me ask you, because that Black Lives Matter reminded me of the whole Black Card conversation me and Bree been having. We mentioned it earlier today. Just a recap for a lot of people that came later. Like Ken has shared this thing about photography, how the gray card is how like a lot of cameras are calibrated as far as light and dark. There's a gray card. And there's a conversation the other day about music on a Monday, and a black card was held up by Kirk Franklin. Like, because culturally, we hold up a lot of things up to a black card to calibrate how we see things. And everything has to be held up to a black lens. And my question to you guys is, we're Black no matter where we go. no matter what version or flavor or style or wavelength of black we are, we're black wherever we go. Do we need to see everything black in church? When, like, do we need to make God black? Do we have to worship black? Does there have to be like a black permeation, like a black tint on every single thing in our spiritual practice? Like, do you need that? Do you need to feel like soulful? Do you need to see black people? Do you need to see a picture of black Jesus instead of like the Caesar Borgia? Like, as far as your practices, beliefs, or whatever, do you feel like that's a thing that's necessary? And you can even take it outside of religion. Do you look for that everywhere else that you go? Do you look for it in your art? Do you look for it in your hobbies? Do you look for blackness in other areas of your life as a high order principle? Like, if there's no black, then I'm not there either. I know the answer for you, but feel free to answer, bro.
Doesn't say hell no. I don't give a fuck. It might make me not go.
Man, that's why we twins.
Ain't nothing but black folk there. It's just niggas, huh? Just niggas gonna do some nigga shit.
That's why I drive across town 40 minutes. I spent
the last 37 years being a nigga. I did that yesterday. Being a nigga doing some nigga shit. I did that yesterday. What are we doing?
Oh God. Okay, sis. What about
I have the same answer as my twin here. I know, actually, I'm black every day, and I can dabble in rantrosity. I don't need help. So when I'm trying to go worship, I be trying to not be around more me, because why would I want that? I don't. And so no, I don't need to see blackness and everything to enjoy it. And yes, I like pretty Asian men.
Alonzo, what are you going to say?
I guess it's a yes and no. I look for it if it's not there, then I'll end up there and the blackness will be there. But like Yella said, if it's all black folk, I don't know about all that. Somebody gonna get shot.
See, look at church, even in church.
Listen, y'all seen Medea.
What about you, Anae? Do you, in your worship or taking it outside of worship, do you look for representation in all avenues of life, or in your spiritual practice? Do you look for that?
So let me tell you a funny story, okay?
You got a Wakanda Bible, don't you?
When I was growing up, like when I would get doll babies, I would want the white doll babies.
Oh,
because
Jane Elliott.
Because they match my complexion.
Okay.
More than the ones that some of my family wanted me to get. It was like, wait, but that doll doesn't look like me. So
yeah,
I was thinking, because the doll was white, I was telling my family I was white. Now they clearly put me in my place, okay? But it wasn't that I was saying that I was white because I wanted to be white. It was that that's what looks like me.
Mm-hmm.
And it would make me feel uncomfortable if it was that I had to see images all the time, and that's the only way that I prove that I am. Yeah. So I wouldn't want to see it anyway, but like I wouldn't also want to go to a church, and I don't know, I thought that you were talking about like maybe the pictures or images up. So I don't know if you're talking about the people or just the images around the church. I wouldn't want it to be predominant in either way. I would almost rather not see a face, because I don't think that we should idolize anything but God, and we don't know what he looks like. Okay. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I thought that first when you asking the question, it was about like the fixtures and things around church.
No, I was opening it up like that too, mm-hmm. But I was opening it up to include more, because everybody doesn't worship the same way. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to encompass more of the lived reality, because everybody doesn't go in person to worship, mm-hmm. but they might have look for black Bibles, like the AAVE. I mean, everybody might look for representation or inclusion in a different manner. So I was just trying to open it up in that.
No, I just need it so I can understand it. So I think I mentioned in the chat the other day, I have a veggies, VeggieTales Bible.
VeggieTales.
I have a Precious Moments Bible. I have, I think probably 2 kids Bible, a study Bible, a Tony Evans Bible. Like, I just need to be able to, like, if I'm reading this and I can't really understand it here, I'm saying, talk to me like I'm 2. But as long as I can get some bit of understanding where it can plant a seed and I can grow more, I'm with that. So no, I don't want it to look a certain way. I need the word. I just need the word.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. No, I respect it. I respect that.
If you think in terms of hip hop, a major influence within the context of the United States, there has been a softening, a signifying, a rethinking of these dominant theistic themes. So Tupac is Black Jesus, the patron saint of thugs.
Oh, Lord.
Or on Crown, Jay-Z says you're in the presence of a king. Scratch that, you're in the presence of a God. Or Kanye West says, I am a God. Right? So you get this kind of rethinking that has been in place for a while, because the 5%ers, for example, argue we're getting this all wrong because the Black man is God. This is where the Nation of Islam falls short for them. Nation of Islam says you're created in the image of Allah. 5%ers say, no, we are gods, right? So there has been a softening, a reworking, a rethinking of these categories for a good stretch of time.
Okay, so confession time. I'm a Christian. You're probably not surprised by that. But I will say that I've gone through a kind of deconstruction. I don't like
I'm not surprised that he's a Christian because he seems to like soft fabric.
That term, I think it's a bit overused, but these for me are shifts.
We had a stream yesterday, and this dude was going off about the style of clothing in the church. It was just an inside joke from yesterday.
He definitely has a Christian aesthetic.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I like soft fabric too. I like Super 170s wool.
You an abomination to the Lord.
Yeah.
Because you like cotton.
Yeah, he didn't like men wearing soft materials.
That's the polyester Easter suits.
Man, you got to wear wool or burlap. That's it.
And evolutions in my faith that often leave me feeling uncomfortable with all of the assumptions and baggage present in calling myself a Christian. Most of that discomfort is because of the way Christians have chosen to represent themselves in politics over the last 20 to 30 years.
Now, I want to ask Anae and Bree, like, if y'all could articulate that, because y'all have in the past, and I believe Anae did today, like, why? Because he's saying the same thing that Anae said earlier about, like, when people say Christian, I don't want to just say that I'm Christian until I until I know that I could explain beyond your preconceptions, so to speak. So, and Anae and Bree, both of you identify as Christian if we are willing to allow you to give that grace of understanding how you see it and perceive it. Like, why is that? Why is the outside perception of how Christians are seen so strong that I would say both of you kind of reject the label? Like, is that would y'all say that as an insecurity? As like, I don't want to take that label on because of how other people are perceived? That's kind of an external pressure.
Yeah, for me, it's not a pressure thing. It's just if I say that and then they start talking to me, they might be a little confused.
Got you. So you're trying to like level set. You don't want to say the label because you don't want to be. You want to level set the conversation on it.
Because I mean, I know the assumptions that come with it. Not that they bother me, but I just know if you're talking to me, you're gonna be confused because I'm strange.
Got you.
And I be cussing. So I already know people be like, "What?" I mean, I don't need them to verify my Christianity, so I really don't care. But for me, it's more of a level set.
Got you. Okay. I got that. And is it more the same for you, Anae? Like, because I know you said you wanted to be able to explain this. So that felt more like level setting. But is that how
I think how it is now, sometimes when you say it, it just stops a conversation. And it's either, if I say I'm a Christian, then there's this expectation of perfection. And then when I'm displaying ways that's not perfect, you blame God and the whole faith walk as aside from just saying it's me. I did that. I know what was right and wrong and I did it. And then on the other side of people viewing it as something negative, like Like if I say, oh, I want, you to be a Christian, you would probably hear me well and know that the only reason that I'm saying that is out of love for you. And because of what I've been taught, I believe that that is the way and what's pleasing to God. So it's not a, I think I'm right. Well, I guess to some degree, I think that I'm right in my understanding of it, right? Which is wrong. But I do that from love, but it can maybe come across as I'm thinking that I'm better than, and I know the only way. I'm just saying, hey, listen, somebody told me the route of how to get to a certain destination. And I believe that that route is the safest and the way that we're supposed to go. So you can take 285, you can take 95, but it's going to get you there. And I just want to make sure that you're going there. So I want the space to be able to say that. I want the space to let a person that's willing to have a conversation with me know that, first and foremost, I am not ashamed that I love God. I am not ashamed that I go to the Holy Scripture. I am not ashamed that I believe that the Holy Spirit lives in me. I am not ashamed of that anywhere. I also know that I don't know everything even about my own faith. So if someone is expecting me to have the answer to everything, or to even if I've read it, I don't know exactly what God means with everything that he says. I just interpret it the best that I can. So I don't like to answer for God either. So I don't want to be placed in a situation where there's not some dialogue. I think it's in 1 Peter 3:15 is that you be ready to defend, but not in this arrogant, pompous way. Not in like that you think that you know everything and that you know the only way that God will accept somebody. I don't know what God's grace is for, not even just for my own life. Sometimes I'm thinking that, oh my gosh, I know he can't forgive me for that. And God is probably saying, hello, yeah, I got grace for you for that. So I don't even have a clear, oh, that's the right thing, or that's what he'll forgive me for myself. So I'm not doing that for anybody else. But I believe that I want you to have a relationship with God so that you and he can have a conversation about how much grace he's going to have for you. So that's why I think that sometimes, like when we say words, we sometimes stop conversations. And when we say words, we think that it fits for everybody, and it doesn't. And if you are who you say that you're, the way that I'm supposed to love, I want to love like God does. I want God to allow me to see people the way that he does. If I meet somebody and they're behaving in a certain way, I'm praying sometimes, God, can I just see a little bit of what you see? Because right now I'm just, I don't see nothing right now. The ways that there's some sins or some things that people do from my flesh, I don't even need to have a conversation with them because I ain't at the point yet where I can separate and even in that moment ask God to see him in them, because I'm so in my flesh and I don't like it. So even in that, I'm a hypocrite there. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to be able to don't just decide who I am without listening to who I am. And when you just throw a label on me, you don't give me the space to let you see who I am. And then you can not like me or not like my position after that. But get to know me. So that's
I like it. What I'm gonna do here, because there's about 6 minutes left, I'm gonna let this play in its the last 6 minutes. I'm gonna let the full last 6 minutes play. If you have a point or a question that you want to bring up, throw it as a comment in. I'll start if it comes from one of you, and then we can come back around to it. But I just want to get this last, because I gotta do something else within the next 30 minutes. So I'm gonna let this 6 minutes play, and then we'll hit those points at the end of it.
Nationalism is a mind virus. It is a cancer in the church. Titles and nomenclature aside, here's why I still resonate with the Christian faith. I have 3 reasons. First, Christianity is a Middle Eastern, or more accurately, a Near Eastern religion, which means it should be rightly understood within an Eastern framework. For me, in order to give Christianity a fair shake, I have to understand it separately from the bastardized version we know today. I'll come back to that in my third point. The cultural context of the Bible's authors and main characters would not align with the money-hungry capitalistic structures we know today. This means that success in the biblical narrative exists almost exclusively outside of the confines of worldly possession or wealth accumulation. Our top-down preconception about who is favored and who isn't simply do not fit within the framework of the biblical narrative. In fact, the ultimate main character of the book, Jesus, was a Middle Eastern Jewish man who was born in a barn, lived as a nomad, owned no earthly possessions, believed in sweeping debt forgiveness, and constantly criticized the exploitative practices of businessmen, church grifters, and oppressive governments. Second, and this is connected, I've read the book. Slave owners frequently cut out critical parts of the biblical narrative to stop Black people from learning the whole story. Books like the Exodus were removed from slave Bibles because those stories were too radicalizing for the enslaved to have access to. This is one of the great ironies of the anti-Black book bans taking place across the country. They're acting just like their grandfathers who thought they could ban radicalizing books from the Bible. Slave preachers were brought onto plantations to preach about how the Bible commands the enslaved to obey their masters. That's Ephesians chapter 6. But they were not allowed to preach verses in the book just before, Galatians chapter 3, which says that the slave and the free are made equals in Christ Jesus. When you read the book, the whole book, it is clear that God is squarely on the side of the oppressed and decidedly against the oppressor, even when the oppressors are his people. More on that in a bit. I've read the New Testament, like the book of Luke, where Jesus says that his singular mission is to bring liberation to the oppressed. Jesus goes on to present a powerfully progressive vision of something close to universal health care, debt forgiveness, and a kind of criminal justice reform. The third reason why I still identify as a Christian is a bit more logical and directly connected to reading the book. The Bible presents a narrative of people doing what they want to do, often in direct opposition to what the God of Scripture tells them to do. One could argue that one of the central themes of the Bible is choice and how the divine is navigating people's freedom to choose. From Adam and Eve choosing to eat the forbidden fruit of the garden, to David choosing to step up and fight Goliath, to some people choosing to accept or reject Jesus as the Messiah. Choice is woven throughout the text, and what comes with that choice is a great deal of risk. Human error, exploitation, and wrongdoing are often the fruit of that risk. This is, for me, where faith has its limits, because we all have choices to make. If I choose to harm someone, it doesn't matter how many Bible verses I quote. I will be responsible for my actions. It would be silly for me to place the blame for my actions on God. Similarly, hundreds of years of Europe and the West's nonstop colonial exploitation of African people and land is a choice that has produced far-reaching outcomes to this day. I would challenge you to go back and read the writings of white people living in what would become America in the 1600s and the 1700s. They knew what they were doing. America's enslavement, segregation, mass incarceration, and continued exclusion of Black people is a choice. And if God exists, I don't think it's fair to blame that on them. Anti-Blackness is real, and it isn't of God's making. The Bible basically describes Jesus as a Black person.
In the Bible, is Jesus, is his appearance in the Bible?
I believe they describe him with like
feet were bronze and hair was, yeah.
His feet was black as brass and his hair was out of wool. James Harden? James Harden? LeBron? You, what?
In some ways, I think this is why Black people are still Christians. The Bible promises a better tomorrow despite the trials of today. And you may scoff at the therapeutic nature of that claim, and I get it. But there's also something powerful about hope. And the Black church, despite all of its flaws, has harnessed
it must be the YSL trial
then. Art, expression, and movements that have changed the world.
All right, cool. Got through that.
Right, that trial long. Did that trial he talking about longer than Woody whole testimony? Goddamn it! What the fuck? It's gonna be better tomorrow, but you know how many times that sun and went down and came up. Mm-hmm. Oh, bro, that just pissed me off because my ex told me that shit. I was like, man, you just gotta trust me. She was like, it ain't gonna happen overnight. 8 years later, I remember saying that to her, and she said the same thing. I was like, bitch, you know how many overnights we didn't have? No.
Do not give Yella a time estimate for your trip.
For real.
Use any time quantifier.
She's gonna tell me it ain't gonna happen overnight. 8 years of overnights later, you still. So that's what I'm saying.
Still,
we 2,000 years to
Them people
tomorrow.
in some of them stories live hundreds of almost 1,000 years.
Right, they talking about tomorrow. Man, you better go. We need something today. Man, it's amazing that Amazon got 24-hour delivery, but we gotta wait. You know what? We gotta wait 2,000 years on salvation to get delivered. But if I want some, if a chick want a roll, she can order that and have it delivered in what,
Do your
24
mama
hours.
know you a hater?
Literally overnight.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's easy to get a roll.
Put it on your
It's easy to
boots
get
one
a.
time and then come back and talk to me, okay?
It's
We gonna
hey, look,
stop bringing
hey,
these
look,
roles into these
hey,
conversations.
look,
now.
hey, look, twin. I ain't say I wasn't nasty. I ain't say I wasn't nasty. I just picked a toy. Okay, you want me to say a bullet with the rabbit with the bunny rabbit head? Then I'll say that. Then
yeah,
you can
that
get one of
defense was
those.
oddly specific, wasn't it? You ain't gonna be talking about the roles. Nah, it
Man,
was
we
very
talking about
specific.
church and God. How the roles come up?
Because you can get one of them. You can get one of them in the mail before we get some type of relief around this motherfucker. Shit, damn.
They had got relief.
Well, the rose is a form of relief.
Yeah, not for everybody. Shit.
God loves the rose.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. What, the Rose of Sharon? Isn't that a popular? That's
I
popular
think
in
it's
the
the
Bible.
rose Solomon was talking about.
See.
Well, he had a bunch of wives, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He know what
Yeah, he probably needed a rose or two.
He needed some
Yeah.
help. He needed some
You're welcome.
backup. He
I
needed
ain't
some
mad. I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. Shit.
See, this your fault. This what happened.
Yeah, but listen, Alonzo had something. Why do so many Christian men get into politics? What I'm gonna do, because Shags, I gotta cut like probably about a minute audio. I'm gonna drop off. I want you to ask your question, Alonzo, and like y'all like throw that back and forth. I'll probably be back in like 5 to 7 minutes. But that is a good question, because there's a crossover between Christian preachers and politics, Christian men and politics. Even now with Andrew Gillum and Raphael Warnock, I think there's something there. There's definitely something there. But if you want to add context to your question, but I'll be back.
Yeah, well, in context to it, like I said, my thought on it is often it's, Reverend Pastor so and so who becomes a politician. And I think it's just because they've had practice of leading people and talking to the masses. So it's pretty much what you do as, a politician is you lead people, talk to the masses, and give them those emotional orgasms that Bree was mentioning, to have them, select you for their leadership, which is what a lot of pastors do. I hear it all the time. I have relatives who are pastors, and they fit all the effeminate, everything, but they can speak. Shoot, I've been told when I've done eulogy, oh man, you missed your calling. You supposed to be a pastor. And I'm like, listen, all I'm gonna tell you is look at your neighbor, tell them to reach in their pocket, take out a $20 bill and hand it to me. But that's
perfect pastor. There you go.
But I do think contextually it's because often they're able to lead men in out of dire situations, almost like a military general. I'd love to hear anyone else's thoughts on that.
I would say I believe that eventually the truth shows itself. The intent of do I want to say people or structure? At least the intent of the person who created the entity in the first place, I think eventually it always shows itself. I think unfortunately a lot of pastor because it's a power trip. It's a way to have power over people. I think some people like having power over people. I think some people enjoy that. When you erect a structure, there's always going to be a hierarchy or a power to the structure, power to it. And so I think that getting into politics would just be the next natural evolution, I think, of that. Like, I do think it's it just makes sense. because I don't see a lot of churches. Not to say that the pastors of churches don't have a relationship with God, or maybe their relationship with God did not lead them there, but to the call to pastor people is very interesting. There's just a part of me that does not, I'm just going to say, there's a part of me that if I read the Bible, if I read what the church was in Acts, like right after Jesus died, right? And they started the church, and then they started to try to expand, and they were having all these issues. I just can't see Jesus being pro-church. The structure, the political entity in America of a church. So I don't see the church as a necessary part of following Jesus, because it wasn't a necessary part. So when I started to think of it in that way, what is the purpose of the entity of a church in America? Like, it's a power thing. And so that's why I think a lot of pastors go into politics, because the church is a very American thing. And American is capitalist and power hungry before anything else. So, I mean, to me, it just makes sense.
Very well put. Anya or Yellow?
I kind of agree, like, with what Bree was saying. Like, I could see that being I could see that, because it's like, oh, my flock, now his constituents are his flock. And, some people may not feel like they can stand up to the expectation of what it would mean to be over a flock in the church, because it would demand too much of them to like really be right. And at least in the political field, they can kind of make some excuses of why they are doing certain things. It's like, well, I had to do it for the people, I have to do, for the best interest of the people. So I can see that. I guess just like I was just trying to, while you were talking, I was trying to think of pastors that are now politicians. And I guess I couldn't think of a whole lot. So I was just trying to.
Al Sharpton.
You said who?
Al Sharpton.
Okay.
Jesse. Man. Dang. No, I'm Yellow dropped off. I would say I like the point y'all. I never even thought about that before, but I do think there is an analogous nature, like y'all say, like leading the flock versus leading the constituents. But there is something to the makeup of a person that feels qualified to speak for God to all these people that would also think that they were qualified to speak for the government to all these people, like, and vice versa. I can go to God and I can go to government on behalf of this group of people. I can see that mentality being the same, but I never even thought about that connection before. But I can see that. I can see that translate very easily.
And that's why for me, like, I don't know, I don't look at the church, like, I don't tend to look at church only in America. I look at why religion, the Christian religion, came to be in existence, period. Right? Like, when Jesus died and the apostles were doing their apostle things, they were doing it the Acts way. They were just going around, crashing somebody's house, y'all meet up together, y'all have y'all fellowship wherever. It wasn't a building, because that would be stupid, because they hated us. So why would we put a building up with a cross on it to say, here we are, come kill us? Doesn't make any sense. So, like, that's how the church was. And then when Rome was basically like, these people are a problem, like, they are radical and they could topple the order we have in place, he erected the idea of Christianity to control the people. It was always made to control the people, to make the people better able to settle into a power structure and a hierarchy where they aren't at the top. That was always what church, the religion of Christianity, was for, and it still is for, and it always has been for. So, like, for a pastor to go into politics makes sense, because the church always was a political thing, even though church and state are separated. Even the Catholics,
for us,
even with monarchies, the Catholics and the king were right there together. The king couldn't do anything the Pope wouldn't let him do. Mm-hmm. Which is why we got Protestant Christianity as the major religion, because King Henry wanted a fucking divorce. Again, Well,
I'm highly upset with your username of Concave Booty Judy. I'm sorry. I just had to see that.
Yeah, that was from yesterday. That was from yesterday because I said I get a BBL. I had a concave booty. Absolutely getting a BBL. I don't care what y'all would say. Okay, couldn't stop me. Luckily, that is not my ministry. But if it was, I would definitely be getting a BBL. Tell y'all all about it. But yeah, so to me, it's just interesting to hear people talk about the church like it never was that thing that it is.
Yeah. And I guess that's a good point too, like recency bias. A lot of people I've noticed fall into that. We think, okay, the way we see something, the way we know something is the only way it's ever been known. I see that a lot, especially in the online communication space. I see a lot of, it's always been this. Like, no, even the words we use have been used differently before. So it's like we gotta quit being so like arrogant about everything. But shout out to Dory. I don't think I'll say the verb I wave, but shout out to Dory, man. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. But yeah, man, there was one last thing. Like I'm gonna ask everybody like a final question. And okay, let's ask the final question first, and then what I'll do is play this video because this kind of like summarizes. And then it'll be to make my point. It'll be to make my point. I'm gonna play like 2-3 minutes of this video. But the final question for me to each of you is not just like the overarching question, like should Black people be Christian? People have answered that, but the benefit of it. What to you is the benefit of the stance that you personally chose to take? What is the benefit? Like if you're Christian, if you're not, what is the benefit? Why did you make your choice? Why did you land on which side of it for yourself personally? Your personal like testimony in a way, for or against. How did you land there, and why? Because I think there's
Bella in the back.
Oh my bad. Let me see.
Bring me up.
His computer, his camera turned off. I couldn't even see nothing at first. Welcome back. So the question on the table, Yella, how did you land at? See, and it's gone again. That camera is playing.
He ain't a Christian, no way.
Yeah, so I kind of like I'm trying to formulate the question, but like what I want to get to is like why. The why for you is important, but like why? What would you suggest for others? Like a why for others? Like why should somebody do or not do this based on your perception? Even if it's like I don't have a leaning on what anybody else should do. I just think like this is for me. That's fine too. But like what about for you? I think you back. Camera back. Nope, now it's gone again. All right, but Alonzo, what about you, man? I know you said you were all the way heathen. He said one more gear.
So yeah, for me, I'm like I said, all the way heathen. I don't particularly believe in anything myself. Just from my own experiences, I've dabbled in. I was raised Jehovah's Witness, left that. Took a Shahada, became Muslim, left that, took a look at Judaism, Israelite. For me, it was a seeking of belonging, and I found that all of them had pretty much the same thing in common, which was people pleasing. And so for me, I was like, well, you know what? Ruck it. I'm just going to step away from all of that. I don't particularly believe in an afterlife. I think our life is here. And if you spell devil backwards, it's the word lived. So, I don't ascribe to any particular set of stringent beliefs or stringent practices. For me, I wouldn't particularly tell anybody you should or should not do what I do. I would say do what I did and study and discover all of them, and then make your choice from there, such as I did. So yeah, I'd tell them to do exactly like I did. Study all of them, go to the gatherings, and find your tribe.
I like it. I like that a lot. Concave Booty Judy.
Hey. You gonna have these people thinking I got a concave booty for real.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
I'm upset. I'm a Black woman. I can't be out here with a concave booty. Now I'm gonna have to go get a BBL anyway, because now I'm gonna feel insecure about my Blackness because you got me on here concave booty G.
Listen, you could always change it. You have agency.
I'm not gonna change it. I'm a victim, so leave me alone. So me, I started off as Jehovah's Witness too. Something about being a Jehovah's Witness as a child. You just become a dabbler. So I rebelled, and then I dabbled in fuckery for a while. We did some Santeria, we did some Wiccan, we've done a lot of things. And so ultimately I would say the exploration was very important to me landing where I was. The reason I was talking to my teenager, she's 15. I was talking to her about this. She goes to a Christian school, and they have a class called Worldview where they start to explore their own worldview and kind of work through what it means to be a Christian. And I was telling her that ultimately you have to pick a worldview that you could see the benefit in, right? Because we're humans and we don't want to do anything that we don't receive a benefit from. So ultimately, out of everything that I have experienced, I have found that once I accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior, it was an energetic change of, I don't know, net positive, just overall. I've had the chance to experience myself in more ritualistic beliefs where you have to do the rituals and light the candles and light the smoke and pour the alcohol. I've done all of those things. It's too much energy. And if you mess it up, they mess with you. It's not fun. It just was a toxic relationship. And I'm not consistent enough for that kind of thing. It just wasn't good for me. So I have a sister-in-law who's playing around with hoodoo right now. More power to you, girl. She come talk to me about it because she know I'm not going, you're going to hell. Like, yeah, come on, talk to me about it. And then when them spirits jack you up, I'll be over here and I'll help you neutralize the energy and probably talk to you about Jesus, you know, if you want to hear about him. But so for me, I'm pro exploration. I'm pro exploration. Jesus has done the most for me. He transformed my life, complete 180. The person y'all know, y'all would not know if he did not exist. So yeah, it's net positive. It's giving me good outcomes in my life. I'm married. I'm happily married. I have gorgeous kids. They're amazing. I've been able to accomplish the things I want. I'm a stay-at-home mom, which is like the ultimate gift. Like, I thank Jesus for that one every day. Okay. So, because on me would not be chilling in this space, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to submit to somebody enough to like do that. But through learning to submit to God, then I am able to somehow submit to this man who get on my nerves sometimes. But the outcomes since being saved for almost 10 years now have ultimately been net positive.
Yeah. That's dope. It's good that you could have such a high quality of life, even with a concave booty. Like most people would have been hindered by that. But God helped you overcome.
Jesus helped me overcome the struggles of a concave booty.
Yes. That's the only place you don't have a net positive. That's the only place it's still net negative. But God,
hello, this is great.
God is a meat stretcher. He's a meat stretcher.
A meat stretcher. They can do all things through Christ, including grow a booty.
Yes.
There you go.
Yella, welcome back. Let's see if he's
what up?
He's really with us. Yay! May not come when you want him, but he's always right on time. But
I definitely don't come when you want me to. Huh?
I don't want you to come at all. Like I don't want. That's not a want of mine. What? That's not a desire that I have.
What?
Just so we're clear.
I don't even know what y'all talking about. I don't even know what you.
Oh Lord!
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Nope. No. Listen. Did you hear the question, Yella, or were you walk like in and out? Were you in and out?
Nah, I missed
that hand gesturing is crazy, bro. You gotta like pause.
Nah, I missed I missed the question.
So I'm trying to ask everybody here, like kind of like the why question. The why. Like, why did you particularly take your path, like for or against religion? And what would you suggest for other people? I know our brother Lonzo, he was like, man, he tried, he dabbled. And he would suggest that to other people because through his experimentation and figuring things out, he landed where he needed to land. Bree did a very much a similar path. She dabbled and she landed where she needed to land. Now it's on to you. Like, I know that you're not a believer in God, But how did you
Hell
like? Why
no.
did you land there? And then what would you suggest for other people?
For several reasons. The thing that got me away from there's instances that got me away from a lot of the things. The thing that got me away from trying to get into church and all that is because I was in line, like about to get my what do they call it? When the pastor going down, he tap your forehead and you start hitting the robot or some shit like that.
I thought you were talking about the wafers and wine.
Nah. You standing there with your hands open, you ready to receive your blessing, right? So I'm in line. I'm ready to receive my blessing, right?
Coming
So
in
I'm like third in line. Right? So I see the first two, and he tapped them, and shit, they got to run around crime. Well, I think one lady hit the windmill like it was breakdancing in the Olympics, right? So he gets to me, and I'm like, let's go, goddamn it. Jesus, I'm ready. Like, let's go. So he hit me once, and I closed my eyes to get ready. Like, I braced for it. He tapped my head. Nothing. I'm like, all right, cool. No, just give it a little gas. Hit the gas a couple times. You know what I'm saying? You know how you do when the car won't start. Right. Just prime it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Get a little gas first. Start it up. Let's try it again. He hit me again twice. Second time, he looked at me and I looked at him, and it was just like this. He was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What do you mean what I'm doing?" Like, he looked at me like I wasn't cooperating. I'm like, "Nigga, this on you." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh. So I always equated to a scene from the Mortal Kombat movie, right? The first one, when they introduce Johnny Cage, and he walk into this warehouse and shit, and he walk into the warehouse and he kicks everybody in the warehouse ass all the way up till he get to the last dude, and he roundhouse kick him, and he roundhouse kick him. And he roundhouse kick him again. And then he leaned over and was like, "This the part where you fall down." And then Buddy just took this big exaggerated bump. Just, you know what I'm saying? And then it comes to find out they on the movie set. That's how it felt. That third time, he looked at me like, "This the part where you go down." Yeah. And tapped my head again. So I'm not finna sell it for you like that, because nigga, I'm here to receive some Holy Spirit. Yeah. But I ain't gonna make you look bad. I'm in your house. We in your church. I ain't gonna make you look bad. I took like a Colin Kaepernick knee for the nigga, right? It wasn't dramatic. I just kind of went down like I was tying my shoe almost. You know what I'm saying? And then I stood up and I was like, "Yo, this some bullshit."
Supposedly help the grip.
I mean, you know, I'm a bro at the end of the day. Like, I ain't gonna, a bro don't leave another bro here. Like, you know how women are like girls. I'm a man's man, right? I ain't gonna. Oh shoot! I ain't gonna call it out that it's fake. I just know it's fake. I know this shit ain't real. You know what I'm saying? You lying.
Wow. Let me just bow out gracefully.
Yeah, right. Because I know I'm also on unfavorable land. Like, who am I to tell all these people in here following this man that, hey, I know, yeah. Did you get the same? Did you feel anything? I didn't feel it. And as a man, to tell a man that, I mean, I didn't even feel it, that's gonna be tough on his ego.
Yeah, they can be tough for him to hear.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You did all that and I ain't even feel it.
He got micro prayer.
But see, he thought because the first two people he was with felt it.
Micro prayer.
He got micro prayer.
Right.
Jesus. That sucks.
You know what I'm saying? So that got me out of church. And then just getting older, what got me away from the idea of God and Jesus and all of this is, I mean, the outcomes of the world.
Homie ain't take his Preagra.
Yeah,
but it's like the outcomes of the world, man. Like, you never. You're not finna tell me this all-powerful deity exists at the same time that we're in the worst state that we've possibly ever been socially, violence, all this other shit, like just progressing over time. Like we've gotten worse. I haven't seen the outcomes. I haven't seen the nature of humanity get better over time. I've seen it progressively get worse to the point now to where it's open season on children at schools, or it's some maniacal bastard at home on his keyboard making death threats or talking about people. Like you letting too many people in the game, bro. Like whoever's up, you let you come on now. So yeah,
I respect that. All right, we got Lady and Nay for the follow up. What about you? What's your why? Why did you land on your side of this? And what would you suggest to other people as far as choosing to enter religion, or would you say, everybody dabble? No, yay, nay. What's your why?
First, I am so thankful to my family for introducing me to God. Hey. Younger growing up, it's kind of like they put me in an arranged marriage. You know what I'm saying? Like, so my relationship was based on them feeling like he was the best for me. Okay. And then as I got older, my relationship was where I wanted it. Mm-hmm. Like, I love him. I want to please him. I want to do for him. I don't just glorify him when things work out in my favor. Mm-hmm. Like, I got to love him even when it hurts. So tears that came from joy and tears that came from pain and some good pain. Okay. All right. But I'm thankful to him. All of that.
I almost paused and she did. She paused it. I was going to say pause, but she
hey, man. Hey.
But, I don't ever want to be so busy trying to own God that I don't remember that I'm supposed to owe it all to him. And I would say for other people, in the same way that all relationships aren't always good, I'm just saying, try that relationship for yourself first before you just totally discount that it's the best one for you. Mm-hmm. And understand that in that relationship, at least what I've learned for me is that he's okay with me not being okay with something that I'm seeing and having questions. So what I would say is, to anyone, decide who you believe to be your creator, and then begin to have a relationship with who you're saying is your creator. And just let it grow from there. Don't let somebody else decide how you're supposed to. Of course, I'm going to always want it for everyone to be God, whoever it is for you. Don't let somebody decide for you how that's supposed to look. Oh, I have to, carry my Bible around and I can't place anything on top of my Bible. God is not. So now what? God is going to, because you put a notebook on top of your Bible, now you don't honor and praise him. Like all these kind of gimmicks that we have to say that this is what proves that you are the best Christian, the best lover of God. And our arrogance for deciding what God is going to forgive in someone else. I think we need to humble ourselves a little bit. We don't get to make that decision for God. Okay. And I believe that every day and every moment that I breathe, I can always change. So I believe that I can be better. I believe that I have done worse. I believe that ways that people see me, that if they knew some of the things that I did or I experienced or that I allowed to happen, that they may not think so highly of me. And I'm okay with that, because those are the kind of people that I don't tend to want to be around, too often. I want people to hold me accountable. Yeah. But I also want people to be around me that are forgiving and remind me that God is a forgiving God. So I would just say, try him, but just honoring and appreciating who created you is step one.
I like that. No, I like that a lot. for myself though, when I'm answering the question, my issue is a lot like Yella's, very similar to Yella's. It's hard for me because I've seen so many people put their faith in different things, not just God. I've seen so many people put their faith in other people, in money, in religion. I've seen people put their faith in so many different things, even in their own health, their ability to maintain their own health. And I've seen it fail, like every single time. It's like in my life, I might just be in a pocket of people who are perpetual losers. It might just be my pocket of people. I can accept that. And everybody else, but I've seen people do all the right things in some domain and see it all crumble. And it's like, it's hard for me to see the same manifestations of the people who have a relationship to like the all powerful, all knowing deity, and them to have the same circumstances with the person that doesn't. And then with this person who's a complete asshole, and with this person who's a complete idiot, and with this person who's immoral, and all these different people, all these walks of life. And like even the Bible, like the sun shines on the just and the unjust alike. It's like, if everybody goes through the same circumstances, what's the benefit of a God? What's the benefit of me submitting myself to an entity if all of my circumstances are going to be the same, relatively speaking, to the next person? There's no earthly benefit. There's only like a heavenly benefit biblically. I can't see that. I can't feel that. So that's kind of my why for myself. And I believe in what Alonzo and Bree said. I would dabble, look into, because that's how I settled within myself, how I resolved within myself without being okay, not being okay, was dabbling, like figuring out some other stuff in some other religions. I looked in the Nation of Islam, Buddhism, a few other things lightly, but it was like, I saw so many similarities, and philosophy. I saw so many similarities that I was like, I don't need what I thought I needed. But what I thought I needed, I couldn't get from where I was anyway. Like I said, the pocket of people I was in, the systems were broken. So if I went for community, it was broken. If I went for socialization, it was broken. If I went for edification, it was broken. So there's no point in going somewhere where all they're serving is tainted meat anyway. Pause. Like, like when they talk from like the milk and the meat in the Bible, like which baby in Christ get the milk, you grow, get meat. Like everything was tainted. The milk was tainted. The meat was tainted. Everything was off. Like stuff wasn't biblical. Stuff wasn't like sound doctrine. Stuff wasn't being applied properly. Stuff wasn't being lived by the people who were preaching it. Like I consistently ran into the same thing everywhere I went. And I know they say wherever you go, there you are. So I quit going. Like I may as well just be where I'm at. I don't need to go anywhere and deal with other people to see the same brokenness. So that's kind of my why. I was going to play this lady's video because she was a Christian. And she's been suffering for years, and she's trying to keep the facade and teach people, and she's a coach, and she's telling people all this stuff. But in the meantime, she's suffering and not seeing any of the benefits or outcomes in her life. And it's like, if we're not seeing the outcomes, I'm very utilitarian in that way. If I'm not seeing the outcomes in a reasonable time period, I believe in being reasonable. Like if I'm applying myself to a practice over time, I should see some improvement. But I know a lot of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-year Christians, and a lot of them have less like Bible astuteness, Bible accuracy that I do as a non-Christian that really only read the Bible for myself within the last 10 years. So it always cracks me up when it's like they perch themselves higher than anybody else, but their lives fall apart at the same rate. Keep your meat clean, people want to milk it. What? I can't. The MEAT. Got you. But yeah, that's my why. But I would hope people dabble, figure out what it is that they want for themselves, because religion isn't it for everybody. It's not going to solve you. And that's the other thing. Last thing I would say, identify what your why is, because everybody's not looking for the same thing. So religion may not be a solution, and a specific religion may not be it, or the religion around you, you may need to move for it. So you need to find out what it is you're looking for and identify who has that. And that sounds simplified because it is. It's harder to do because it's hard to know yourself. But if you introspect, kind of follow your patterns, the things that you chase, the things that you fall into, you'll kind of see what you're looking for. That's kind of how I discovered here on Critically Drinking that what I was looking for was like a version of friendship. What I was looking for was people that we could push and pull against each other. And I couldn't get that in church because nobody studied the Bible the way I did. Nobody read it like I did. All the people who ascribe to Christianity, they weren't reading their Bible. So I ended up teaching Christians the Bible because nobody would study it. Nobody would read it. That blew my mind. Anyway, so finding what I was always pursuing gave me insight into myself and what I truly value. And do the same thing for you. What places do you constantly find yourself in? And you'll kind of figure out what you're looking for. And that's my spiel. Any last words? You got a bird dog my literacy. My bad. Last words, Brother Alonzo. Hit us up.
I want to say, number one, thank you for this, because now I've got content to create on my own in regards to life insurance, and the religious aspect of it. I know someone earlier had mentioned about the church with the 20-year-old offering plate. So I will, in honor of Liam Life Insurance Awareness Month, talk about something called the CRT. So look for that. And my whole thing, wipe ass, work in progress every day and see success. And when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute.
Appreciate you, Lonzo, man. Love your insight as always. Bruv. I'm sorry, not Bree. Bruv.
Great combo. We always be talking about Jesus and stuff. So I enjoy any conversations that talk about it and just people asking questions. If you ever need someone to blaspheme around, I am very okay for that. Honestly, I don't say it much, but I've been a part of a lot of people's walk to Jesus, I think, because of that. My AirPods went off. But yeah, so I just enjoy these conversations. So I'm always someone who can talk to anybody about anything, however they want to talk about it. So yeah.
Let's go. Appreciate it. All right. And hey, what you got to say?
Well, I really appreciate these type of conversations. I think that we should not run away from being amidst people that have different opinions, even about something that you feel so strongly about.
Yeah.
I thank each one of y'all for always being so respectful of my point of view, and allow me the space to, even though you may feel differently, be okay with me saying that I'm still praying for y'all.
Yeah.
And that if ever I present any thought or opinion to either one of you that comes across as an arrogant position, it is honestly because I really truly love y'all. I've never been around y'all. I love y'all. And I want the best for y'all, which doesn't mean that I know exactly what that best thing is, but whatever that best thing is for y'all, I want it for you. So I appreciate you having these conversations.
Okay, I try not to challenge people's final thoughts, but you said if you ever take an arrogant position, it's because you love us. But then I flash back to you pulling Yella out of salvation.
Show the fuck
your
did.
darndest to keep Yella out of salvation. And I wonder how you reconcile. Like, I want what's best for you while you're pulling him down from ascendance to heaven. Like it was like you drug him down like you were the heel catcher. We should call you Jacob because you were the heel catcher.
Yeah,
pulling on him. And I have a hard time hearing you say out of love. I knew
that he wanted to be down there with me a little bit.
Okay.
I knew it. So I didn't want to get there too quick.
You knew he wanted to spend time with you.
Always got some sussy in her pocket.
I mean, it's all right. I get it. It's okay.
Good answer. Yella, any final words?
Any final words? God ain't real. Jesus ain't real. God ain't real. Jesus ain't real. The Bible is just a book. Everybody have a good Tuesday.
Let's go.
We don't want to be your friend either.
Greg, drop a final word in the chat. Dose, if you see, drop a final word in the chat.
So I can't be cool with y'all believing what y'all believe, but I can't believe it ain't real, huh? Okay, no, it's cool. Nope. It's all right.
Hey man, you got Superman and Goku too, bro. It's very similar stories.
I was finna say that's what I'm saying. That the story has been. It's a story as old as time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a great book. Shit, I'm not saying that. I ain't saying this. Any, you can get inspiration from anywhere, but I would like to see a footprint, a sandal, you know what I'm saying, like something, bro, something, help a nigga out, man.
This is the toothpick that Jesus used after the feast of the unleavened.
I'm saying.
Well, they got that one little shroud somewhere. They got a
shroud of Turin. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Look at that.
A shroud.
It was covering his body or whatever.
Yeah, it's supposed to have like an imprint of Jesus's face or something.
Uh-huh. There you go.
So you mean to tell me?
No way.
So you mean to tell me we can't get like any other example other than a mystery memory foam blanket? It's like a memory foam blanket.
You ask for proof and then you give proof and then you
bro, stop it, bro, stop it.
You can't handle the proof.
Yeah, he can't handle the proof.
Okay, so y'all telling me that there's a shroud that's supposed to still have the shape and form, bro? Get the fuck out.
Not the form. Not the form. It's got the imprint.
No,
Like
it's got the imprint of the face.
He was bloody. So like the blood stains.
It's dry blood.
Prints, from his face and his body because he was covered in blood when they put like a cotton.
So did somebody test the blood?
They've done some stuff, but
you are not the father.
They got a whole documentary about it.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Did anybody test the blood? Is it some G?
I can't tell you what the results say. You're gonna have to watch. They have a whole documentary about it. A lot of people accept it as legitimate. A lot of people.
They brought it to Maury. Maury said, "You are not the father."
Okay, so here's the trick, right? Here's the trick. No. Here's the trick, though. Here's the trick, though. I asked for that because what DNA are you basing it against?
So then
if he's the son of God, there's only going to be one person DNA, and it's going to be Mary's.
Okay, so once again, if you're going to go that route, there's no proof for you. Oh, Jesus don't exist. Okay, right. Amazing.
I mean, no, if you could tell me who DNA we supposed to be pulling, from that blood. I'm not finna watch a documentary that wants you to. I'm not finna watch it. Go watch a biased documentary who wants you to believe that this is the thing. Why would I do a documentary on a shroud that isn't the shroud that I'm saying it is?
National Geographic, so it's not a Christian documentary. But if you don't want to watch it, that's what.
I'm just saying. Period.
Point, though. Why would you do a documentary on a shroud that isn't the shroud you say it is?
Come on, man. Come on.
It's a National Geographic
documentary. On, man. It don't matter if it was. It don't matter if it was Milo and Otis. It don't matter if it was Dr. Dre and Ed Lover.
What they say they are.
One thing that ain't what the fuck it is. Thank you. Come on, man.
Okay, Yellow. We got a Polaroid.
He got
Jesus on the cross. How about that?
You got a what?
A Polaroid. We got a Polaroid photo of Jesus on the cross.
Listen, man, y'all know Jesus came to conquer. He lives through all time. Yeah. Actually, there is something to be said about that. Again, I don't hold those same beliefs, but especially when it does come to Christian men who are leaders, they actually are very powerful. I don't know if it's just because they have a lot of practice, but I've spoken to a lot of reverends or pastors or ministers, what have you, and I do go to a lot of Christian men for guidance just in life because they tend to live their life a certain way. Very much like Bree was saying, I look at it and I'm like, okay, a lot of those values, I would hold dear to, but I stay away from the religiosity of it. A good show you might want to, or a movie you might want to see is Religulous by Bill Maher. And even if you look at things like Judaism, that's why I call Christians Jesusians, just like I call Muslims Mohammedans, right? It's because that's who they're following. No disrespect to anyone. That's just, you know, my take. So if you felt disrespected, that's not my intent.
Yeah, so I'm with y'all. I think y'all are tripping. I agree with the Jesusians and the Mohammedan. Like I think another label directly applying to the person that they're following, like the name of them as opposed to like the Christ title. I think that would be helpful because Christianity, that name has become a tainted name. It's loaded. It becomes a distraction, like a stumbling block, like Nate talked about. You bring it up, and people kind of automatically assume. At that point, you kind of do need to choose a different word. You need to reorient, not what you believe, but the way you communicate who you are, because people have tuned out. You need a different voice. Now, they do. This happens in sports. You know, sometimes coach voice gets old. Sometimes the word goes stale, or you know, so that's a thing. There's a thing. But Yella, yeah, I don't think there's any proof that you would accept. That's one of them things. I do believe when people are asking for proof, a lot of times they're asking for the impossible, because any proof you did, they would just pick apart.
I mean, because it is impossible. Think about it. You asking it. No, I'm saying. So you mean to tell me, hold on. Take me out of it. You mean to tell me there ain't been no tangible evidence in how many years we've been on this planet?
There is tangible evidence, but everybody does what you're doing. Everybody says no, that can't.
Tangible evidence to what, bro?
Crucifixion place, or they were doing it. There's one guy who claimed he even found the Ark of the Covenant. Now I don't believe that guy.
The place where they was killing. The place,
so there's the place where they were doing all the crucifixions, and then there's people.
Does that mean it was a nigga named Jesus that got killed there?
Once again, I mean,
I'm saying no. That ain't fair, Bree. It's a field. The proof of a field being there doesn't mean that the person that got killed there got killed there.
I mean, I ain't got proof that a grandma 2 grandmas ago existed for real.
Right.
I mean, don't do that.
Yeah, because you know Harriet Tubman, we found out she was a fiction thanks to.
Yeah, we got a lot of ancestors that we'll never be able to prove they existed, besides somebody somewhere knew them one time and said they existed. I mean, that's the reality for most people who have walked the earth. I'm just saying that is the reality for majority of the people who have walked the earth. That if no
100 years from now, niggas gonna be like, "Who the hell is Yella?"
Yep.
If there's not somebody
but guess what though? They actually gonna be able to pull up a string with my face on it. They gonna be able to trace my lineage, and it's gonna be like, oh, it actually comes back to a person. So if you're telling me that there's
I'm using
but you're using DNA as an example. I possess DNA as an example.
We had ancestors before phones and YouTube who existed, that people have crossed by and knew existed, but there is no proof of their existence besides auntie somewhere saying this person existed. This was their name, and this is what they were like, and this is what they did. Okay, so there's a lot of people like that. So it's not strange that history and time erases things, and there is really no real proof of a lot of things besides someone who has touched it or crossed it saying that it existed. That's the reality for a lot of things.
To Yella's point, we do have, you know, the DNA of the first, you know, body of a human 500 million bazillion years ago. So I
we can't find this nigga bones. Come on, bro. We can't find this nigga DNA. The first ever human. What's her name? It's a name. It's
Ellie. You talking about Ellie?
They got dinosaur bones. We can find dinosaur fossils.
You know how you have to get those fossils or those bones of people that you just so happen to get because they went through a whole
here's the gag, Bree. Here's the gag, Bree. You can get the damn fossils. It don't matter how you get them. You can get the motherfuckers. They're accessible. They're there. They're there.
Not become fossilized.
Right.
But they're there. Those did. That thing did.
He might have been fed to a whale. Maybe they did like they did with Osama bin Laden and dropped him in the ocean. We don't know.
I mean, y'all do know all bones aren't preserved unless they are fossilized, and fossilization takes a certain process. It has to be a certain situation and elements and temperatures or so much pressure or certain sediment to fossilize bone. All bones do not become fossilized. Y'all do know that, right? Like this is
they've not only found bones, they found ancient weapons. They have found tombs that belong to people. They have found all of these things, sarcophagus of ancient kings. They found all of these people. But you mean to tell me they couldn't find a footprint? They couldn't find a footprint?
Can I find your footprint?
They couldn't find it. Yes, you actually can, because my footprint is on my birth certificate. You actually can.
Oh, so they weren't doing birth certificates back then.
Well, guess what? Shit's for them. But guess what? Oh, hold on. So you mean to tell me they wasn't doing birth certificates back then, but they was documenting everything that was happening, right? They was documenting this nigga's whole existence, but they wasn't doing birth certificates back then. Oh, so they was mindful enough to not keep a birth record, but they wasn't mindful enough to not keep this nigga's life story on ice, right?
Okay. It's supposed to be, first person accounts of what they saw of him.
Yeah. You think they had Social Security numbers? They was doing that kind of
Yella got unreasonable standards, but I love it.
I'm saying.
I don't know that
the somewhere though. Meet me somewhere, because meet me somewhere. If you're telling me there's a shroud with his blood on it, what other DNA is on there?
I cannot answer that for you. I just told you to go look at more information about it. I didn't say that they don't have what you're asking me. I just don't have the answer. I said you could watch the documentary about it. There's plenty of documentaries about it. I said National Geographic had one about it, which is a generally unbiased documentary. It's not like a church made it. And then you refuted that. So I'm telling you, you can go find that information. I don't have that right here on stream for you. But y'all just start going off about, oh yeah, sure. I'm like, okay, if you don't want to watch a National Geographic documentary about it because you feel like I don't got nothing else for you. It's not like I said Joe Osteen church made the documentary. Like I don't know what else to tell you. I have nothing. I have nothing.
Yeah. But Yella, just so you know, like the fish, at one point Jesus caught a fish and had the disciple take a coin from his mouth. To this day, that fish is still swimming. Like they have it at a fish farm, a sanctuary fish farm for miracle fish.
I'm gonna go find that motherfucker.
And only one miracle fish then, right?
I'm gonna go find that motherfucker and I'm gonna turn it into the best fillet of fish ever created.
It still spits drachma. To this day, it'll spit a drachma like every 30 days. A little drachma.
Oh my God. Is this nigga telling me that the golden goose exists? Like the goose from sounds like the golden goose from Jack and the Beanstalk. That he kidnapped.
Oh man, it's not gold.
It's a drachma, so some medieval ass, useless ass fucking currency. So yeah, exactly, makes sense. The religion is useless, just like this useless ass fish dropping currency that we can't even spend no more. Might as well turn that nigga into some
silver. Just sell the silver.
Man, do you know the conversion rate of silver? I'm pretty sure.
It's like $1,000 an ounce, probably.
Nah, can't be. Can't be. Ain't worth it. Nah, but wow. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get out of here. It's unfair to say that, oh, you're asking for the impossible when it's unfair to be like, I'm asking for the impossible proof when y'all are offering an impossible person. You're offering a person that walks on water, heals the blind, does all these great miracles, but I'm tripping because I need absolute impossible to come up with proof. I mean, if the legend is as big as it is, then the proof needs to be that big as well.
I get what you're saying.
It ain't gonna happen overnight.
Yeah, in the context of what it is. Like where it's about
we in year 4,000 overnights.
What was that one basketball dude? Like we a long way from that basketball dude during that conversation about the women's basketball. He said he had that one quick. I wish I could remember. It's gone just that quick. Dang, it reminded me of that. But yeah, you actually have to get ready to go. Anae, all right, appreciate you, Anae. I'll see you. We getting ready to head out of here. Everybody, I will see y'all tomorrow. We heading out to go find proof of Jesus the Christ that will satisfy Yella.
I got you next week.
night.
Right. In the meantime, I'm about to go watch wrestling, which is way realer than that.